Please help support the growth of the channel and my quest to be able to invest more in the channel by liking and subscribing. My girlfriend thought she could use her desperate best friend to frame me. She never expected me to marry the girl instead. Main story. $10,000, she said, staring very hard at my coffee table like it had personally offended her. 2. Pretend to seduce you, and when it's done, I get another 40. She said it like she was reading off a grocery list. Eggs, milk, destroy dignity. I leaned back on my couch and stared at her. Say that again, I said. She winced. Please don't make me repeat it. No, I just want to make sure I heard correctly. My girlfriend sent her best friend to seduce me for 50 grand. Technically 40 after the initial 10, she muttered. Budget-conscious betrayal, that's new. She flinched harder. Her name was Lena Park, and she looked like someone who had absolutely no business being in this situation. Messy ponytail, oversized jacket, nervous hands twisting fabric like she was trying to erase herself from existence. I should have been angry. Instead, I was entertained. Well, I said slowly, you're doing a terrible job. Her head snapped up. I haven't even started. That was the attempt. I raised a brow. You opened with a contract negotiation. Her face flushed bright red. I panicked. I snorted. Then, because life occasionally hands you an opportunity wrapped in absurdity, I reached into my briefcase. She froze. I pulled out 2 documents and slid them across the table. Good news, I said. I have a better offer. She didn't move. What kind of offer? She asked cautiously. One that doesn't involve whatever that performance was supposed to be. Slowly, like she expected them to explode, she pulled the papers closer. Her eyes skimmed the first page. Then the second. Then they widened so fast I thought she might faint. Why, she looked at me. What is this? That, I said calmly, is a hospital payment confirmation. Her hands started shaking. It says, she swallowed, paid in full. Correct. But how my mom's surgery is tomorrow, I haven't even. I know. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. You, she looked at me like I'd just broken reality. Who are you? Your better option. I tapped the second document. Now look at that one. She did. And then she choked. This is a marriage contract, I said. Yes. She dropped the paper like it burned. Are you insane? Debatable, I said, but hear me out. She stared at me like she was calculating her escape route. I leaned forward. Marry me for 1 year, I said. Play the role of my wife. Smile at a few dinners. Hold my hand convincingly. Try not to faint when my relatives start interrogating you. She opened her mouth. I held up a finger. In return, I continued, your mother's medical expenses are fully covered, all of them, plus. I slid the contract closer. $2 million when the year is over. Her brain visibly stopped functioning. Ava offered you $50,000 to ruin my life, I said. I'm offering you $2 million to help me maintain it. She blinked. This is a scam, right? Nope. A prank. Nope. A mental breakdown. I considered it, still pending. She pressed both hands to her face. This is insane. This is actually insane. I came here to pretend to flirt badly, and now you want me to get married. Fake married. That's still married. Temporarily. That's not comforting. I leaned back, amused. You can still take Ava's deal, I said lightly. She froze. Her eyes drifted back to the hospital confirmation. I watched the moment it hit her. The choice. 50,000 and months of panic. Or this. Stable. Safe. Ridiculous but safe. Her voice came out small. There's no funny business, right? I blinked. Define funny business. Like real marriage expectations, she said quickly. Because I am very bad at that, like aggressively bad. Oh, I noticed. Hey. I mean we'd be business partners, I clarified. Publicly affectionate, privately non-existent. Non-existent I can do, she muttered. I nodded, excellent. She stared at the contract again. Then at me. Then back again. Then finally, what's your name again, she asked. I laughed. Caleb Hart. She took a breath. Okay, Caleb Hart, she said slowly, like she was signing her own chaos agreement. Let's say, and I mean theoretically, that I agree. I like theoretical. What exactly do I have to do? Convince my family we're in love. She stared at me. That's it. That's it. Have you met your family? Yes. I regret asking. I smiled. Welcome to the job. The wedding was a disaster 2 hours later. We were standing at City Hall. She looked like she might bolt. This is happening too fast, Lena whispered. That's kind of the point. I didn't even Google how to be a wife. Trust me, I said, neither did I. She grabbed my sleeve. What if I mess up? You will. That's not reassuring. It's fine, I said, we'll mess up together. She paused. Wow, that's actually worse. I laughed. The clerk cleared his throat. Ready. We looked at each other. This was ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Ready, I said. Not ready, she said. Close enough, the clerk decided. 10 minutes later, we were married. Legally. Officially. Irreversibly ridiculous. The first test, an immediate failure, we stepped into my house. Lena stopped so abruptly, I almost walked into her. Oh no, she whispered. What? This house screams responsibility. I should not be here. Before I could answer, the front door opened. Lena squeaked. And an older man walked in, perfectly composed, carrying a tablet like it contained judgment. Mr. Hart, he said calmly. Mr. Whitmore, I replied. His eyes shifted. To Lena. Then back to me. Then back again. You got married, he said. Surprise. He studied Lena. Lena panicked. And in her panic she waved. Hi. Pause. Did you just wave at the estate advisor? I muttered. I didn't know what else to do. I don't bite, Mr. Whitmore said pleasantly. That's comforting, she blurted, because I might. I closed my eyes. Okay, off to a strong start. Later that night, we stood in the bedroom. There was one bed. One very large, very noticeable bed. Lena pointed at it like it had personally betrayed her. No. Yes. No. Yes. I could sleep on the floor, she offered. You'll survive the bed. She hesitated. Do we have to act right now? You mean immediately? Yes. No, I said, relax. She visibly melted. Thank God, because I don't even know your favorite color. Blue. Mine's green. Great, we're already building a relationship. She laughed. Then stopped. This is weirdly okay. Don't get comfortable, I said. Tomorrow we meet my family. She froze solid. I'm going back to the floor. The lie begins. The next morning, she tripped on the stairs. Spilled coffee on my shirt. Called me dude in front of staff. And accidentally introduced me as My, corporately contracted emotional partner. I stared at her. She stared back. A wife, she corrected weakly. Mr. Whitmore watched from the corner, silently judging. I leaned down. Relax, I murmured. I am relaxed. You just invented a job title. I panicked. I smiled. This is going to be fun. She groaned. This is going to get me fired from a job I just got married into, isn't it? Absolutely. The first real moment that night, we sat on the couch. Exhausted. Your life is insane, she said. You married it. I made a mistake. No returns. She laughed quietly, then went still. My mom, she said softly. She'll be okay, I said. She nodded, eyes glistening. Thank you. I didn't answer right away. Don't thank me yet, I said finally. You haven't survived dinner with my relatives. She groaned. Can I fake a coma? Tempting, but no. She leaned back. We're terrible at this, you know. Absolutely. They're going to see through us. Probably. She looked at me. Then why do I feel like we'll figure it out? I smiled slightly. Because, I said, we're both too stubborn to fail. She grinned. That's a terrible reason. It's working, isn't it? She paused. Yeah. The Hart family dinner was held at my grandfather's estate, which was less of a house and more of a warning. It sat on a hill overlooking the river, all stone walls, tall windows, and manicured hedges so sharp they looked professionally threatened into shape. The driveway curved around a marble fountain where a frozen angel poured water into a basin with the exhausted expression of someone who had seen too many rich people argue. Lena stared out the passenger window. That house has secrets, she whispered. That house has tax shelters, I said. She turned slowly to look at me. That is worse. I parked behind a row of cars that cost more than most starter homes. Lena didn't move. You okay? I asked. No. Good, honesty is healthy. She gripped her small purse with both hands. What if they ask how we met? We already practiced that. Right, she inhaled. Charity fundraiser. Correct. You spilled champagne on me. Correct. I yelled at you. Correct. You fell in love with my honesty. Correct. Then I said you had the emotional range of an elevator. I paused. That part was supposed to stay out. Oh. She swallowed. What if they ask when our first date was? March 12th. What did we eat? Seafood. I hate seafood. I forgot. Caleb. Fine Italian. What restaurant? Bellamore. Where is that? Downtown. What's the parking situation? I stared at her. She stared back, deadly serious. If they're rich, they'll ask about parking. No one is going to ask about parking. The passenger door opened. My Aunt Celeste leaned down with a smile sharp enough to cut glass. Caleb, darling, you're late. Lena jumped so hard her purse fell into the footwell. Aunt Celeste's gaze slid to her. And this must be the bride. Lena, still half bent over retrieving her purse, looked up with wide eyes. Parking was great, she blurted. Silence. Aunt Celeste blinked. I closed my eyes. The evening had begun. Inside, the mansion smelled like old money, polished wood, and emotional repression. A butler took our coats. Lena tried to thank him twice, accidentally curtsied once, and then whispered to me, "Do people still curtsy?" No. Then why did my knees do that? Survival instinct. We entered the dining room. Every conversation stopped. At the head of the table sat my grandmother, Margaret Hart, small, silver-haired, and terrifying in the way only a woman who had outlived 3 husbands and several lawsuits could be. My uncle, Victor Hart, sat to her right. He wore a navy suit, a perfect smile, and the expression of a man who had already planned 7 ways to ruin my life before dessert. Beside him was his daughter, Serena, who looked me up and down with amusement. Then she looked at Lena. Her eyebrows rose. "Oh," Serena said sweetly, "she's adorable." Lena smiled politely. Then whispered through her teeth, "Was that a compliment or a threat?" "Both," I murmured. Grandmother lifted one hand. "Come here." I led Lena forward. The room watched us like we were a surprise witness in a murder trial. "Grandmother," I said, "this is my wife, Lena." Lena bowed her head slightly. "It's an honor to meet you, Mrs. Hart." My grandmother studied her for a long, silent moment. Then said, "You're nervous." Lena froze. I squeezed her hand. Lena smiled. "Yes," she said. The whole room went still. Victor's smile widened. I nearly choked. Lena continued, "But only because Caleb matters to me, and I know his family matters to him. I wanted to make a good impression." Grandmother's eyes narrowed. Then unexpectedly she laughed. A short, delighted sound. "Well," she said, "at least this one doesn't lie badly." Lena glanced at me. I gave her the smallest nod. "Good save." We took our seats. For exactly 3 minutes, everything was peaceful. Then Victor picked up his wineglass. "So," he said, "a whirlwind marriage." And there it was. The first knife. Lena reached for her water glass. Unfortunately, she grabbed mine. Then noticed. Then tried to put it back. Then knocked over a spoon. The spoon hit her fork. The fork clattered against the plate. Every head turned. Lena smiled. "Gravity," she said. I coughed into my napkin. Victor's eyes gleamed. "Yes, well, as I was saying," he leaned forward, "you and Caleb married very suddenly. Some people might wonder why." "Some people should get hobbies," Grandmother said without looking up from her soup. Victor's smile twitched. Lena made a tiny, choking sound that might have been laughter. I took her hand under the table. She squeezed back. Too hard. My fingers went numb. Victor ignored Grandmother. "Lena," he said smoothly, "how long have you known my nephew?" Lena lifted her chin. "Long enough." Serena smiled. "That's vague." "It's romantic," Lena said. "It's suspicious," Victor corrected. "Romance usually is," Lena replied. I turned my head slowly and looked at her. Who was this woman? 5 hours ago, she had introduced me as her corporately contracted emotional partner. Now she was fencing with Victor Hart over soup. Victor tilted his head. "And what do you love most about Caleb?" There it was. The question we had practiced. The answer was supposed to be simple. His loyalty. His kindness. His hidden gentleness. Lena opened her mouth. Then panicked. His knees. The entire table froze. I stopped breathing. Serena dropped her spoon. Victor stared. Grandmother leaned forward. "My knees?" I asked quietly. Lena's face turned scarlet. "I mean, no, not knees, I meant needs. His needs, emotional needs." Aunt Celeste made a small sound into her napkin. Lena barreled on, desperate now. "What I love most about Caleb is that he has emotional needs." I stared at my plate. Grandmother's lips twitched. Victor looked delighted. Oh, he asked, and what are those emotional needs? Lena's hand tightened around mine again. Pain shot through my fingers. He needs, she swallowed, respect, peace, and snacks. This time, grandmother laughed out loud. A real laugh. The table erupted into awkward, uncertain chuckles. I looked at Lena. She looked like she wanted the chandelier to fall and end her suffering. I leaned close and whispered, snacks. She whispered back, you ate 2 granola bars in the car. That was private. I panicked. I'm noticing a pattern. Dinner continued. Badly, but not disastrously, which in my family counted as a triumph. Victor tried 3 more times to corner Lena. Each time she escaped through a combination of honesty, accidental comedy, and pure confusion. When he asked about her background, she said, normal. When he asked what her family did, she said, their best. When Serena asked if her dress was designer, Lena looked down and said, probably designed by someone. By dessert, half the table was charmed, the other half was irritated, and Victor looked like he had swallowed a lemon but intended to sue the tree. Then came the final test. Grandmother set down her fork. Lena. Yes, ma'am. Do you love my grandson? The room went silent again. Not polite silent. Predatory silent. Lena turned toward me. For the first time that night, the panic left her face. She looked at me for a long moment. And when she spoke, her voice was softer. I think, she said slowly, Caleb is the kind of person who pretends he doesn't need anyone because needing people gives them the chance to disappoint him. My chest tightened. That was not in the script. He acts like everything is a strategy, like every room is a battlefield, like every person is either useful or dangerous. She smiled a little. But he still paid for my mother's surgery before I agreed to anything. He still made sure I had a room, clothes, dinner, and a choice. Her fingers shifted against mine. Maybe I don't know everything about love yet, she said, but I know kindness when I see it, even when it's disguised as sarcasm and terrible timing. No one spoke. Even Victor had gone still. I looked at Lena and forgot for one dangerous second that this was supposed to be fake. Grandmother sat back. Well, she said, that will do. And just like that, dinner was over. In the car, neither of us spoke for 10 full minutes. Then Lena covered her face with both hands. I said knees. Yes. I said I loved your knees. Yes. I can never show my face again. You also said I need snacks. You do. That part was accurate. She groaned. I glanced at her. You did well. She lowered her hands. I embarrassed you in front of your entire family. You made my grandmother laugh. No one does that. She laughed because I was failing. She laughed because you were real. Lena looked out the window. The passing streetlights moved across her face, one after another. Your uncle hates me, she said. Victor hates anyone standing between him and money. That's comforting. He hated me first. She turned to me, her expression gentler. Has he always been like that? Yes. Then we should annoy him more. I looked at her. She smiled. A small, wicked smile. And despite everything, I laughed. When we got back to the house, Mr. Whitmore was waiting in the foyer with his tablet. Of course he was. The man seemed to appear wherever judgment was needed. How was dinner? He asked. Lena stepped forward before I could answer. Excellent, she said. Mr. Whitmore looked at her. I see. I only mentioned knees once. His eyebrow rose. I walked past him. Good night, Whitmore. Behind me, Lena whispered, was that bad? Mr. Whitmore said, for this family, surprisingly promising. Lena beamed. I did not like how pleased that made me. That night, we stood on opposite sides of the bed. The pillow wall was still there. 4 pillows. 1 rolled blanket. A decorative cushion, shaped like a moon that Lena had found in a closet and declared, emotionally supportive. I pointed at it. That thing is ridiculous. It has a face. That makes it worse. It's on my side. It's in the neutral zone. She picked it up protectively. Don't bully Moonbert. I stared at her. You named it. He looked lonely. I sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed my temples. I married a woman who named a pillow. You married me for business reasons. That defense gets weaker every day. She smiled, then hesitated. Caleb. Yeah. What I said at dinner, I looked up. She was staring at Moonbert, avoiding my eyes. I know this is a contract, she said, but I meant some of it. Something shifted in the room. Quietly. Dangerously. I should have said something witty. Something light. Something that put everything back where it belonged. Instead, I said, I know. Her eyes lifted to mine. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then the door suddenly opened. Lena screamed. I shot to my feet. Mr. Whitmore stood in the doorway holding a stack of towels. He stopped. We stopped. Moonbert fell to the floor. Mr. Whitmore looked at the pillow wall. Then at me. Then at Lena. Then at Moonbert. His expression was unreadable. I brought extra towels, he said. Lena grabbed the nearest pillow and threw it over the wall like she could hide the evidence. It hit me in the face. Mr. Whitmore closed his eyes. I will return in the morning, he said. Then he left. The door clicked shut. Silence. I slowly removed the pillow from my face. Lena whispered, we're failing, aren't we? Yes. Badly. Historically. Then we both started laughing. Not polite laughter. Not nervous laughter. Real laughter. The kind that makes your stomach hurt and your eyes water. For the first time in years, that house didn't feel like a museum. It felt alive. The next morning, Victor sent a gift. That was never good. It arrived in a long white box tied with silver ribbon. Lena opened it at the breakfast table while I watched suspiciously over my coffee. Inside was a gown. Pale gold. Elegant. Expensive. And completely not Lena. There was a note. She read it aloud. To Lena, welcome to the family. Wear this to the Heart Foundation Gala. With warm regards, Victor. She looked up. That sounds nice. That means it is. She frowned. It's just a dress. No, I said, it's a weapon. She looked back into the box. It has sleeves. Rich people can weaponize sleeves. Mr. Whitmore, passing behind us with tea, murmured, he is not wrong. Lena lifted the dress. A smaller card slid out. I picked it up. My jaw tightened. What? She asked. I handed it to her. Her expression changed as she read. The card listed styling instructions. Hair up. Diamond accessories. Nude heels. No bright colors. No unnecessary personal touches. Lena blinked. He sent me instructions on how to be acceptable. Yes. She stared at the card. Then slowly she smiled. It was not a nice smile. Oh, she said. I set down my coffee. What does O mean? It means I'm wearing green. The Heart Foundation Gala was 3 nights later. Every important person in the city attended. Politicians, executives, old money families, new money families pretending they were old money families, people who donated large checks and then expected buildings to be named after their dogs. I stood near the entrance in a black tuxedo, checking my watch. Lena was late. Very late. Victor stood across the ballroom, smiling into his champagne. He thought he had won. Then the doors opened, and Lena walked in. She was not wearing Victor's pale gold dress. She wore emerald green. Simple, bright, unapologetic. Her hair fell over one shoulder in soft waves. No diamonds, no nude heels, no attempt to look like anyone except herself. The room noticed. Victor's smile vanished. Mine appeared before I could stop it. Lena came down the stairs carefully, one hand on the railing, eyes scanning the room until they found me. When she reached me, she leaned close. Too much. Perfect. Her shoulders relaxed. Then she whispered, I almost fell twice. I saw. I recovered with dignity. You grabbed a statue. It looked sturdy. I offered my arm. She took it. And together we walked into battle. Victor approached within 5 minutes. Lena, he said smoothly, what a bold choice. Thank you, she said. I chose it myself. Yes, he replied, I gathered. I smiled. Uncle, surely you're not criticizing my wife's taste. Of course not, Victor's smile tightened. I only hope to help her fit in. Lena tilted her head. That's kind, she said, but Caleb didn't marry me because I fit. Victor paused. I looked at her. She smiled sweetly. He married me because I don't. For once, Victor had no immediate reply. It was beautiful. Then Serena appeared, holding a champagne flute and wearing an expression of deep entertainment. I like her, she announced. Victor shot her a look. Serena ignored him. Lena, come with me. I'll introduce you to people who are less exhausting. Lena looked at me. I nodded. She left with Serena. And I watched her go, realizing with mild alarm that I trusted her. Not because she knew the game. She didn't. Not because she was polished. She was. But because every time she stumbled, she somehow landed standing. Usually after knocking over silverware. But still standing. The first half of the gala went better than expected. Lena charmed a retired judge by admitting she didn't understand modern art. She won over a senator's wife by complimenting her shoes and then genuinely asking where they were comfortable enough to buy. She accidentally joined a conversation about municipal reform and somehow convinced 3 donors to fund a community clinic. By 9 o'clock, Victor looked murderous. By 9:30, grandmother looked amused. By 10, I was starting to worry Lena was better at this than I was. Then the music started. Couples moved to the dance floor. Lena appeared beside me, pale. No, she said. I looked down at her. What? I forgot about dancing. It's a gala. I thought people just stood around judging each other. They do both. I can't dance. I can lead. I can fall. You probably will. Caleb. I offered my hand. Trust me. She looked at my hand like it was a complicated legal document. Then she took it. I led her onto the floor. At first she was stiff as a board. You're holding your breath, I murmured. I'm trying not to step on you. You already did. Oh no. It's fine. I'm sorry. Lena. What? Look at me. She did. The panic in her eyes softened. Good, I said quietly. Now stop thinking. That has never helped me. It will now. Slowly she relaxed. One step. Then another. Her hand rested lightly on my shoulder. Mine settled at her waist. The noise of the room faded. For a moment there was no Victor, no contract, no inheritance, no performance. Just Lena, looking at me like she was trying to figure out whether I was still pretending. I was wondering the same thing. Then she stepped on me again. Hard. I inhaled sharply. Her eyes widened. Sorry. Romantic moment ruined. I panicked. Of course you did. She laughed softly, and I caught myself smiling down at her like a fool. Across the ballroom, cameras flashed. Victor saw. Grandmother saw. Mr. Whitmore, who had somehow materialized near a column, absolutely saw. And judging by his expression, he was already writing a report. Later that night, after the gala ended, Lena kicked off her shoes the second we reached the car. I have never hated footwear more. You did well. I committed violence against your toes. They'll recover. She leaned her head back against the seat. Your uncle was furious. Yes. That made me happy. Careful, that's how this family gets you. She smiled sleepily. I'm serious, Caleb. So am I. No, she turned toward me. I mean, I want to help you beat him. I went quiet. Her voice softened. At first this was about my mom, and money and survival. I know. But now, she looked down at her hands. Now I think Victor hurts people because he knows most people are too scared to embarrass him. I glanced at her. And you're not scared. Oh, I'm terrified, she said immediately. But I embarrass myself constantly, so what does he really have on me? I laughed. She smiled. Exactly. I started the car. For the first time since this madness began, I felt something dangerously close to hope. Not because I had married the perfect woman for the job, but because I had married the worst actress in the world. And somehow that made her impossible to defeat. By the next morning, Lena had become famous. Not internationally famous. Not even citywide famous. Worse, Hart family famous. Which meant every aunt, cousin, board member, charity donor, and board socialite with too much free time had suddenly developed a deep interest in my marriage. The first article appeared at 8:12 a.m. CALEB Hartess Mystery, Bride DAZZLES AT Foundation Gala. The second appeared at 8:26. Who is Lena Park? Inside the Whirlwind Heart Romance. The third appeared at 8:41. Green dress, big questions. Did Hart e'er marry for love or strategy? Lena sat at the breakfast table in sweatpants, holding my tablet with both hands. Her hair was piled on top of her head in a messy bun. There was a smear of jam on her thumb. Her expression was one of deep, personal betrayal. They called me mysterious, she said. That's good. I am not mysterious. I once cried because a vending machine ate my dollar. That could be part of the mystery. She scrolled down. Oh no. What? They included a photo of us dancing. I glanced over. It was a good photo. Too good. My hand was at her waist. Her face was tilted up toward mine. We were both smiling like idiots who had completely forgotten they were lying. Lena stared at it, then slowly lowered the tablet. We look, she said. Convincing, I finished. She looked at me. Yes. The word landed awkwardly between us. Mr. Whitmore entered the breakfast room carrying a silver tray. "Good morning," he said. Lena immediately pointed at the tablet. "You saw nothing." "I saw several things." "That is rude." "I am paid to observe." I set down my coffee. "What is it, Whitmore?" He placed an envelope beside my plate. An official notice from the Heart Foundation board. My stomach tightened. Lena noticed immediately. "That face," she said, "that's your rich people disaster face." "I have several. This one is new." I opened the envelope. "Read the first line." Then the second. Then I leaned back and exhaled. Victor had moved faster than I expected. Lena watched me carefully. "What does it say?" I handed her the paper. She read aloud. "Due to increased public attention surrounding Mr. Caleb Hart's recent marriage, the Foundation Ethics Committee will be conducting a private compatibility review to ensure marital authenticity and continued eligibility under the Hart Family Trust Directive." She looked up. "A compatibility review?" "Yes." "They're auditing our marriage?" "Yes." "Like taxes?" "Worse." Her eyes widened. "Worse than taxes." "Family taxes?" She looked back at the letter. "The review will include individual interviews, joint questioning, personal history verification, domestic observation, and a newlywed compatibility assessment." Her face paled. "A newlywed compatibility assessment." Mr. Whitmore cleared his throat. "It is commonly referred to among the staff as the couple quiz." Lena turned slowly toward him. "The what?" "The couple quiz." She blinked, then looked at me, then back at him, then back at me. "We're dead." The review was scheduled for Friday. That gave us 3 days to become believable soulmates. 3 days to learn each other's favorite foods, childhood memories, allergies, habits, preferences, pet peeves, dreams, regrets, and which side of the bed we supposedly preferred. Lena arrived in the study after breakfast carrying 3 notebooks, 2 highlighters, and a pack of sticky tabs. I stared at her. "What is this?" "Our survival system." "You bought school supplies." "A marriage audit requires preparation." "You are taking this very seriously." She dropped everything onto the desk. "Caleb, I once failed a personality quiz because I overthought the question. Do you enjoy parties? I am not going into a government-style love exam unarmed." "It's not government-style. It has a committee." "Fair." She opened the first notebook. Question 1, favorite color. "Blue." "Wrong." I frowned. "How is that wrong?" "You said blue last week, but at the gala, Serena asked what color you liked on me and you said green." "That was different." "No, that is inconsistency." "It was flirting." She froze. I froze. Mr. Whitmore, who had been passing by the open study door at exactly the wrong time, paused, then continued walking. Lena slowly looked down at her notebook. "Fine," she said very carefully. "Blue generally, green specifically." I rubbed my forehead. This is going to be a long 3 days. By noon, we had learned 37 things about each other. Lena hated seafood, fake compliments, tight shoes, and people who said no offense before being offensive. I liked black coffee, quiet mornings, old jazz records, and solving problems before anyone knew there was a problem. She bit the inside of her cheek when nervous. I tapped my fingers when thinking. She slept curled on her side. I slept like, according to her, a suspicious corpse. We were making progress. Then she asked the dangerous question. What was your first impression of me? I looked up. She was holding her pen ready. The truthful answer was, a terrified woman trying very badly not to fall apart. The safer answer was, interesting. The romantic answer was, I knew you were special. Unfortunately, I hesitated 1 second too long. Her eyes narrowed. Oh no, it was bad. It wasn't bad. It was bad. It was complicated. That means bad with vocabulary. I sighed. You looked like someone who had been pushed into a corner and was still trying to apologize for taking up space. Her pen stopped moving. The room went quiet. That's, she swallowed, specific. Yes. What about now? I should have smiled. I should have said something teasing. Instead, I looked directly at her. Now you look like someone who found a door and is deciding whether to kick it open. Her eyes softened. For one dangerous second, the study felt too small. Then she looked down and wrote furiously. What are you writing? First impression, corner. Current impression, door, violence. That is not what I said. It captures the spirit. The next day, Victor escalated. A delivery arrived at the house. Not flowers. Not documents. A dog. A small, fluffy white dog with a pink bow, dramatic eyes, and the moral confidence of a dictator. Lena stared at it from the foyer. The dog stared back. Mr. Whitmore read the attached card. To the happy couple, since newlyweds often bond over shared responsibilities, I thought a family pet might bring you closer. Warmest wishes, Victor. I stared at the dog. The dog sneezed on my shoe. Lena gasped. She's adorable. She's a trap. She has a bow. That is how traps work. The dog trotted past us into the house like she owned the deed. Lena followed. Where are you going? To bond with our trap. 20 minutes later, the dog had been named Duchess Pancake. I objected. I was overruled. By both Lena and Duchess Pancake. The problem was not that Victor sent us a dog. The problem was that the Ethics Committee's domestic observation was the next day. Which meant if we got rid of the dog, Victor could say we lacked warmth. If we kept the dog and failed to manage her, Victor could say our home was chaotic. If the dog destroyed something valuable, Victor could say we were irresponsible. At 6:14 p.m., Duchess Pancake ate one of my cufflinks. At 6:31, she dragged Lena's slipper into the garden. At 7:05, she climbed onto the sofa, stared directly at me, and relieved herself on a decorative pillow that had belonged to my grandfather. Lena covered her mouth. Mr. Whitmore made the sign of the cross. I stared at the ceiling. Victor is going to die. Lena scooped up Duchess Pancake. She's just nervous. She committed a felony. She doesn't know law. She knows power. The dog licked Lena's chin. Lena melted. I pointed at both of them. No, do not join forces. Too late. They had already formed an alliance. Friday arrived like a court summons. The compatibility review was held at the Hart Foundation office, on the top floor of a glass building downtown. Lena wore a cream blouse, black skirt, and the expression of a woman walking into a standardized test she had not studied enough for. I adjusted my cufflinks. One of them was new. For obvious reasons. She noticed. Still mad about the cufflink. The dog ate gold. She has expensive taste. She has criminal taste. Lena smiled. It helped. More than I wanted to admit. Inside the conference room, the committee waited. 5 people sat behind a long table. Victor sat at the far end, not officially part of the committee, of course, but present as a family observer. Naturally, grandmother was there too, seated near the windows with a cane across her lap and a look that suggested she planned to enjoy herself immensely. Mr. Whitmore stood along the wall with his tablet. Duchess Pancake, unfortunately, was also present. Victor had insisted. For domestic realism, he'd said. The dog sat in Lena's lap, wearing a tiny green collar. I suspected treason. The chairwoman of the committee, a severe woman named Mrs. Bell, folded her hands. Mr. and Mrs. Hart, thank you for attending. Lena nodded. Thank you for auditing our love. Silence. I closed my eyes. Mrs. Bell blinked. Grandmother coughed into her hand. Victor smiled like Christmas had arrived. Lena's face turned red. I mean reviewing, she corrected. Reviewing our love, marriage situation. Mrs. Bell made a note. I leaned toward Lena and whispered, strong start. She whispered back. I panicked. The individual interviews came first. They took Lena into one room and me into another. Mrs. Bell sat across from me. A younger committee member took notes. Victor was not allowed inside. Small mercy. Mrs. Bell began. What is your wife's favorite breakfast? Toast with butter and strawberry jam, I said. Favorite color? Green. General favorite or specific emotional favorite? Mrs. Bell looked up. I paused. Green, I repeated. Does she have allergies? Shellfish. That was a lie. She wasn't allergic. She just hated seafood so violently that we decided calling it an allergy was easier than explaining her moral opposition to shrimp. Mrs. Bell continued. What does Mrs. Hart do when she is nervous? She bites the inside of her cheek. What does she do when she is angry? Gets very polite. What does she do when she is lying? I paused, then smiled faintly. She over-explains. The note-taker wrote that down. Mrs. Bell studied me. And what do you love most about her? There it was. Again. The question with no safe answer. I looked toward the glass wall. Through it, I could see Lena in the next room. She was gesturing wildly with both hands, probably explaining something she absolutely should not have explained. Duchess Pancake sat on the table in front of her. Like legal counsel. I looked back at Mrs. Bell. She makes rooms less cold, I said. Mrs. Bell's pen stopped. I see. No, I said quietly. You don't. Not unless you've lived in a house where everyone speaks softly because every word might become leverage. Lena doesn't know how to do that. She says the wrong thing. She knocks things over. She names pillows. She argued with my uncle about dress codes and won. Mrs. Bell watched me closely. She is the least strategic person I have ever met, I said, and somehow that makes her the only person I trust. The room was silent. Then the note-taker sniffled. Mrs. Bell handed her a tissue without looking away from me. Thank you, Mr. Hart. When they brought us back together, Lena looked pale. What did you say? I whispered. She stared straight ahead. I may have told them about Moonbert. I inhaled. Victor's smile widened. The joint questioning began. Mrs. Bell looked at her notes. First question, where did the two of you first meet? Charity fundraiser, we said together. Good. What did Caleb spill on Lena? Champagne, I said. Emotional baggage, Lena said. The room froze. I turned my head. She stared at me horrified. I thought it was metaphorical. Grandmother made a small wheezing sound. Victor leaned back, delighted. Mrs. Bell made another note. Interesting. I smiled tightly. Champagne first, emotional baggage later. Lena nodded rapidly. Yes, chronological order. Mrs. Bell continued. What was your first argument about? Parking, Lena said. Seafood, I said. We looked at each other. Oh no, she whispered. I recovered. The restaurant had seafood and bad parking. Lena pointed at me. Yes, both were upsetting. Mrs. Bell's mouth twitched. What is Mr. Hart's favorite snack? Granola bars, Lena answered immediately. I stared at her. That is not my favorite snack. You ate 4 yesterday. That was stress. Then your favorite snack is stress. Grandmother laughed. Victor's jaw tightened. Mrs. Bell turned a page. What side of the bed does Mrs. Hart sleep on? Right, I said. Left, Lena said. Silence. I looked at her. She looked at me. The right from the doorway, I clarified. The left from inside the bed, she added. Mrs. Bell looked between us. That is acceptable. Lena sagged with relief. Then Duchess Pancake jumped off her lap. The dog trotted across the conference room. Every eye followed her. She went straight to Victor, sat at his feet, looked up at him, and growled. A quiet, vicious little sound. Lena gasped. Duchess Pancake, no. Victor's face hardened. The dog growled again. Grandmother leaned forward. Well, she said, the animal has taste. Victor's smile vanished completely. Then Mrs. Bell asked for the final portion. The trust directive requires one practical exercise, she said, a demonstration of cooperative problem-solving under mild stress. Lena froze. Mild stress. Mrs. Bell pushed a small box across the table. Inside was a flat-packed wooden birdhouse. You will assemble this together without instructions. Lena stared at the box, then at Mrs. Bell, then at me. A birdhouse. Yes. To prove we're married. To evaluate communication styles. I looked at Victor. He looked smug. Of course. This was his idea. Because he knew I hated inefficient tasks, and Lena panicked under observation. He expected us to bicker, to expose tension, to fail. Lena slowly rolled up her sleeves. Her face changed. What? I whispered. She leaned toward me. My mother used to buy broken furniture from yard sales. We fixed everything ourselves. I blinked. You know how to build things. She picked up a wooden panel. Caleb, I once repaired a leaning bookshelf with chopsticks in spite. For the next 15 minutes, Lena Park became a general. Hold this. I held it. No, not emotionally, physically. I am holding it. You're hovering. I don't hover. You absolutely hover. Mrs. Bell watched with fascination. Victor's smugness began to fade. Lena pointed at a screw. That one goes there. How do you know? It has commitment issues, look at it. That means nothing. It means it doesn't fit anywhere else. She was right. The screw fit. Grandmother looked thrilled. Duchess Pancake sat beside Lena's chair like a loyal soldier. At one point, I tried to take over. Lena slapped my hand away. Assistant. I stared at her. Excuse me. You heard me. Mrs. Bell wrote something down. I leaned close. You are enjoying this too much. You were born telling people what to do, Consider this character development. I laughed before I could stop myself. The sound surprised me. It surprised Victor too. 22 minutes later, the birdhouse stood in the center of the table. A little crooked, a little uneven, but standing. Lena placed the tiny roof on top and tapped it proudly. There. Mrs. Bell inspected it. It leaned slightly. So does marriage, Lena said. Grandmother clapped once. Excellent answer. Victor stood abruptly. This is absurd. Everyone turned. He adjusted his jacket. This proves nothing. They can memorize answers. They can perform affection. They can build a charming little birdhouse, but none of this proves the marriage is real. The room chilled. There he was. The real Victor. Not smiling. Not pretending. Just angry. He pointed at Lena. This woman appeared from nowhere. She has no social standing, no family connections, no preparation for our world. Caleb marries her overnight, and we are expected to believe this is romance. Lena went still. I stood. Careful. Victor smiled coldly. Or what? Before I could answer, Lena rose too. She placed one hand on my arm. Not to stop me. To steady herself. Then she looked Victor straight in the eye. You're right, she said. The room went silent. Victor blinked. Lena continued. I don't come from your world. I don't know which fork is for fish. I don't know how to discuss markets over salad. I didn't know dresses could come with instructions. And until this week, I thought an estate advisor was someone who told houses to make better choices. Grandmother's shoulders shook. Lena's voice stayed steady. But I know what it looks like when someone is trying to humiliate me. I know what it feels like when someone assumes money makes them smarter, cleaner, better. I know what it means to survive people who think kindness is weakness. Victor's jaw tightened. And I know Caleb, she said. Maybe not the way you want me to. Maybe not through childhood summers or family albums or society pages. But I know he drinks coffee when he's worried. I know he jokes when he's uncomfortable. I know he acts coldest when something matters most. Her fingers tightened lightly around my sleeve. And I know that every time you try to make him smaller, he stands taller. So if your question is whether I belong beside him, she lifted her chin. I do. No one moved. No one breathed. Even Duchess Pancake seemed to understand the moment, because she stopped chewing the corner of Victor's shoelace. Mrs. Bell slowly closed her folder. Thank you, Mrs. Hart. Victor looked furious. Mrs. Bell, the committee has heard enough. He stiffened. Mrs. Bell stood. Our preliminary conclusion is that Mr. and Mrs. Hart demonstrate sufficient familiarity, emotional responsiveness, conflict navigation, and household cooperation to satisfy the current review. Lena leaned toward me. Did we pass? I whispered, I think so. Mrs. Bell looked at the birdhouse. Though I recommend professional assistance for future woodworking. Lena nodded solemnly. That is fair. Grandmother stood with the help of her cane. Well, she said, looking at Victor, that was the most entertaining audit this family has ever had. Victor said nothing. His face was calm again. Too calm. Which meant he was already planning the next move. As everyone began gathering their things, Lena picked up Duchess Pancake. The dog licked her chin. I reached for the birdhouse. Lena stopped me. What are you doing? Throwing this away. No. It leans. It's ours. I looked at her. She looked back. Something warm and unreasonable moved in my chest. Ours, I asked. Her cheeks colored. The audit birdhouse, she said quickly. Don't make it weird. It is extremely weird. Then it fits us. I smiled. Fine, we'll keep it. Behind us, Mr. Whitmore marked something on his tablet. I narrowed my eyes. What are you writing? He looked up calmly. Domestic symbolism observed. Lena groaned. I took the birdhouse under one arm, placed my free hand at the small of Lena's back, and led my fake wife, our criminal dog, and our leaning wooden proof of compatibility out of the conference room. We had survived Victor's newest challenge. Barely. But as we stepped into the elevator, Lena leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. Caleb. Yeah. If your uncle sends us a baby goat next, I'm leaving. I looked at Duchess Pancake. The dog stared back with the dead-eyed confidence of an accomplice. I'll put that in the contract. Lena smiled. The elevator doors closed. And for once, neither of us stepped away. The birdhouse lasted exactly 2 days. Not because it fell apart. Not because Duchess Pancake attacked it. Not because I accidentally backed into it while trying to avoid stepping on a squeaky toy shaped like a lobster. No. The birdhouse died because Lena decided it needed curtains. I found her in the sunroom on Sunday afternoon, sitting cross-legged on the floor with scraps of fabric, glue, scissors, and the intense expression of a woman who had fully abandoned reason. The birdhouse sat in front of her. It had tiny green curtains, a crooked welcome sign, and what appeared to be a miniature porch rug. I stood in the doorway. No. She didn't look up. Yes. It is a birdhouse. It is a home. It is wood. This family has too many cold properties. I'm starting small. Duchess Pancake sat beside her, wearing a ribbon that matched the curtains. Traitor. I stepped inside and crouched beside them. Lena. Caleb. You're decorating evidence from a marriage audit. I'm improving it. You put a rug in a birdhouse. Birds have feet. I stared at her. She finally looked up. What? I opened my mouth, closed it, then stood. I'm going to pretend this isn't happening. Good, pretending is technically our marriage specialty. I paused. She paused. Then we both smiled, which was becoming a dangerous habit. Before I could say anything else, Mr. Whitmore appeared in the doorway holding his tablet. Of course he did. The man had the timing of a ghost with Wi-Fi. Mr. Hart, he said. Mrs. Hart, a package has arrived. Lena instantly narrowed her eyes. From Victor. Mr. Whitmore glanced down. Yes. She put down the glue. Duchess Pancake growled. Smart dog. I straightened. Where is it? In the foyer. We followed him. Sitting on the entry table was a cream envelope sealed with the Hart Foundation crest. I opened it. Read it. Then immediately wished I hadn't. Lena leaned over my arm. What does it say? I handed it to her. She read aloud. Dear Caleb and Lena, as the public response to your appearance at the gala has been overwhelmingly positive, the Hart Foundation Board would be delighted for you both to host this year's annual Sweethearts Charity Bake-Off. She stopped. Her face went blank. Bake-Off. Yes. As in baking. Yes. Together. Yes. In public. Yes. With witnesses. Unfortunately. She lowered the letter. Caleb. Lena. I burned toast. I know. I burned cereal once. That still confuses me. I got distracted. You were standing in front of the bowl. Emotionally distracted. I took the letter back. There was more. My jaw tightened as I continued reading. It will be filmed for the Foundation's social channels. Local press will attend. Each couple will prepare a dessert that symbolizes their love story. Lena stared at me, then at Mr. Whitmore, then at Duchess Pancake, then back at me. We're dead. Mr. Whitmore cleared his throat. There is also a handwritten note. Of course there was. He handed it to Lena. She unfolded it. Her expression darkened. I looked over her shoulder. Victor's handwriting was elegant and cruel. I thought this would be a lovely opportunity for Lena to show the city what kind of wife Caleb has chosen. Warmest regards, Victor. Lena crumpled the note in her fist. Oh, she said softly. I knew that tone now. It was the same tone she had used before wearing green to the gala. What does O mean this time? I asked. It means we are baking something terrifying. By Monday morning, the kitchen looked like a crime scene committed by Flower. Lena stood at the counter, wearing an apron that said "Kiss the Cook." She had crossed out "Kiss" with tape and written "Pray for" above it. So now it read, "Pray for the cook." I wanted to mock it. I could not. It felt accurate. Mr. Whitmore had arranged for a professional pastry chef, named Madame Elise, to give us private lessons. Madame Elise was a small French woman with perfectly pinned gray hair, steel blue eyes, and the expression of someone who had once seen a soufflé collapse and never emotionally recovered. She examined us both. You bake often? She asked. No, I said. Absolutely not, Lena said. Madame Elise sighed like we had personally insulted France. We begin with something simple. Lena brightened. Cupcakes. Macarons. Lena's brightness died. I looked at Madame Elise. That is not simple. For competent people, it is simple. Lena whispered, she hates us. She hates everyone, I whispered back. Madame Elise slapped a recipe card onto the counter. Almond flour, egg whites, sugar, precision, patience, discipline. Lena raised her hand. Yes. What if someone has none of those things? Madame Elise stared at her. Then they make brownies. We should have made brownies. Within 20 minutes, Lena had cracked an egg directly onto the counter. I had somehow gotten powdered sugar on my sleeve, my watch, and Duchess Pancake's tail. Madame Elise watched us over folded arms. No, no, absolutely no. Lena held up a bowl. Is this stiff peaks? Madame Elise looked inside. That is soup. Lena lowered the bowl. Helpful. I tried to fold dry ingredients into the mixture. Madame Elise slapped my wrist with a spatula. I froze. Lena gasped. Duchess Pancake barked. Mr. Whitmore, standing near the pantry, made a note on his tablet. I looked at him. If that says domestic violence by spatula, delete it. It says kitchen adversity observed. Lena leaned closer to me. Do you think insurance covers emotional damage from baking? No. It should. By noon, we had produced 43 macarons. 3 had cracked. 7 had burned. 12 had fused together into one almond-based continent. One looked like Victor. Lena pointed at it. We keep that one. Madame Elise looked exhausted. These are not macarons, she said. These are warnings. Lena picked up the Victor-shaped one. I feel like this one has potential. It has a forehead, I said. So does Victor. That is unfortunately true. Madame Elise pinched the bridge of her nose. You two are impossible. Lena smiled. But are we charming? Madame Elise hesitated. A terrible error. Lena saw it immediately. We are charming. You are chaos, Madame Elise corrected. Same category. The next 2 days were a blur of sugar, flour, and marital dishonesty. The official story was that Caleb and Lena Hart loved baking together. The actual truth was that Caleb and Lena Hart had turned the kitchen into a battlefield and were barely surviving. We tested cakes, cookies, tarts, a disastrous lemon meringue pie that Lena described as structurally emotional. At one point, I found her sitting on the floor beside the oven, staring through the glass door. What are you doing? Negotiating. With the cake. Yes. How is that going? It has demands. What demands? Less heat and more support. I crouched beside her. Lena. Caleb. You can't negotiate with cake. That's exactly what someone with no imagination would say. The timer beeped. The cake collapsed. She pointed at it. See, it felt unheard. I laughed. She looked offended for half a second, then laughed too. And just like that, flour on her cheek, hair falling out of her bun, sitting on the kitchen floor beside a failed cake, she looked happier than anyone had ever looked in this house. It made my chest feel tight. That was becoming another dangerous habit. The day of the Sweethearts Charity Bake-Off arrived with cameras, reporters, donors, social media managers, and Victor. Especially Victor. He stood near the stage, wearing a flawless gray suit, and the expression of a man who expected dessert and destruction. The event was hosted in the foundation's grand atrium. Long tables were arranged beneath hanging lights. Each couple had a baking station decorated with flowers and heart-shaped signs. Our station had a banner. Caleb and Lena Hart, a recipe for love. Lena stared at it. That feels legally inaccurate. Most banners are. She looked around at the other couples. One pair was already smiling and measuring ingredients like they had been born holding whisks. Another couple wore matching aprons. A third had brought their own copper mixing bowls. Lena leaned toward me. We are outclassed. I looked at our supplies. Not necessarily. Our secret weapon is a dog named Duchess Pancake. She's popular online. That doesn't help with baking. It might help with votes. She considered this. Exploit the dog. Strategically feature the dog. Duchess Pancake, sitting in a tiny carrier beside our station, sneezed. Lena nodded. She accepts. The host, a cheerful woman with perfect teeth and terrifying energy, stepped onto the stage. Welcome, everyone, to the Hart Foundation's annual Sweethearts Charity Bake-Off. Applause filled the room. Lena grabbed my sleeve. I hate this. You're smiling. My face is lying. Good, use that. The host continued. Today, each couple will create a dessert that represents their love story. At the end, our judges will taste each dish and select a winner. Victor looked directly at us. His smile was pure poison. Don't react, I murmured. I'm not. You're glaring. I'm smiling with hate. That's worse. The host raised one hand. Couples, you have 90 minutes, begin. A bell rang. Chaos exploded. Our chosen dessert was supposed to be simple. A layered strawberry shortcake. Madame Elise had approved it after rejecting Lena's suggestion of revenge brownies. The symbolism was easy. Layers. Sweetness. Unexpected mess. Very us. For the first 10 minutes, everything went surprisingly well. I measured flour. Lena sliced strawberries. We moved around each other smoothly. Like we had practiced. Like we actually belonged in the same kitchen. A camera crew approached. Lena immediately stiffened. The host appeared beside us. Caleb, Lena, tell us about your dessert. Lena looked panicked. I stepped in. We chose strawberry shortcake because our relationship has been built in layers, I said smoothly. Some sweet, some imperfect, but better together. The host sighed. That's beautiful. Lena stared at me. I whispered, say something. She whispered back, you use the good words. Any words? She turned to the camera. And whipped cream hides mistakes. The host blinked. I smiled tightly. Lena added quickly, like love. The host nodded uncertainly. Wonderful. The camera moved on. I looked at Lena. She exhaled. Recovered. Barely. I panicked. I know. I need that embroidered somewhere. 30 minutes in, the sabotage began. It was subtle. At first, our sugar disappeared. Then our vanilla extract was replaced with almond extract. Then one of our cake layers vanished entirely. Lena stood in front of the empty cooling rack. Her eyes narrowed. Caleb. Yes. The cake is gone. I can see that. Cakes do not walk. No. Unless this is a much bigger problem. I scanned the room. Victor stood near the judging table, speaking to a donor. Too innocent. Far too innocent. Then I saw Serena across the room. She was holding a plate. On it sat our missing cake layer. She noticed me watching, then casually pointed to a small boy hiding under a table. The boy was eating cake with both hands. Lena followed my gaze. Oh. The child looked up, cheeks full. Lena's expression softened. He's cute. He ate our dessert. He looks hungry. He looks criminal. He's 6. So is Dutch's pancake emotionally, but I still don't trust her with cufflinks. The child's mother rushed over, horrified. I'm so sorry. He has no impulse control around cake. Lena waved her off. It's okay, honestly same. The mother looked close to tears. Victor watched from across the atrium. Waiting. Expecting us to fall apart. Lena turned to me. We need another layer. We don't have time. She looked around. Then her eyes landed on the failed practice biscuits Madame Elise had forced us to bring, in case of emergency. They were dense. Uneven. Very ugly. Lena picked one up. No. Yes. That is not cake. It has flour. So does wallpaper paste. She stacked the biscuit onto the remaining cake layer. It'll work. It absolutely will not. Whipped cream hides mistakes. You said that as a joke. I have decided it is a philosophy. The cameras returned. Of course they did. At the 60-minute mark, our shortcake had become something else. Something taller. Stranger. Potentially unstable. Lena called it rustic. I called it structurally concerning. Mr. Whitmore, watching from behind the press line, called it memorable. Then came the whipped cream incident. Lena picked up the piping bag. I can do this. You said that before the lemon pie collapsed. That cake was emotionally unavailable. Focus. She squeezed the piping bag. Nothing happened. She squeezed harder. Still nothing. Maybe it's clogged, she said. Point it away from your face. What? Pointed too late. The piping bag exploded. Whipped cream shot upward, hit Lena on the chin, splattered across my tuxedo jacket, and landed in Duchess Pancake's fur like a dairy-based snowfall. The room went silent. A camera zoomed in. Lena stood frozen. There was whipped cream in her hair, on her nose, on one eyebrow. Duchess Pancake licked herself once and looked pleased. Victor covered his mouth, but I saw his smile. Wide, triumphant, waiting for embarrassment to do its work. Lena's shoulders went tight. I knew that look. The old look. The one from the first night. The look of someone bracing for humiliation. Before she could retreat, I picked up a spoon, dipped it into the remaining whipped cream, and smeared a stripe across my own cheek. The room gasped. Lena stared at me. What are you doing? She whispered. Matching. Her eyes widened. I dipped my finger into the cream and tapped the end of her nose. There, I said, now it looks intentional. For 1 second, she looked like she might cry. Then she burst out laughing. Not a tiny laugh. A full, helpless, bright laugh. The crowd laughed with her. The camera crew loved it. The host rushed over, practically vibrating. Oh my goodness, this is adorable. Caleb, Lena, is this part of your love story too? Lena looked at me. I looked at her. Then she smiled. Yes, she said, our love story is mostly damage control. The audience applauded. Even grandmother, sitting in the front row, laughed so hard she had to dab her eyes. Victor's smile died. When time was called, our dessert stood on the table. Barely. It had 2 cake layers, 1 biscuit layer, uneven strawberries, too much whipped cream, and a slight lean that made it look related to the birdhouse. Lena stood beside me, arms crossed. It has personality. It needs engineering support. It survived. So did we. The judges began tasting. The first couple presented a perfect chocolate torte. The second had a rosewater panna cotta. The third had a flawless opera cake with gold leaf. Then came ours. The host read the card. Caleb and Lena Hart present, the layered disaster. I looked at Lena. She lifted her chin. It was honest. The judges stared. The audience laughed. Lena stepped forward. Our dessert represents marriage, she said, at least ours. I watched her carefully. It didn't go the way we planned, she continued. Someone stole part of it, something exploded. 1 layer is definitely not what it was supposed to be. More laughter. But we fixed it together. Badly, maybe, but together. And honestly, that feels more real than perfect cake. The room softened. She glanced at me. And Caleb helped me laugh when I wanted to disappear. So, that's our dessert. The judges were quiet. Then the oldest judge picked up a fork. Well, she said, let us taste the disaster. She took a bite. Chewed. Paused. Then took another bite. Lena grabbed my hand under the table. I squeezed back. The judge looked surprised. This is, she blinked, actually very good. Lena gasped. I looked at the dessert like it had betrayed expectations. The second judge tasted it. Then the third. All 3 exchanged looks. The host leaned in. Judges. The oldest judge smiled. It's not pretty. Lena nodded, fair. It's not refined. Also fair. It may not technically be a traditional shortcake. Legally, we understand. The judge laughed. But it has heart. The crowd applauded. Duchess Pancake barked once. Victor looked like he wanted to dissolve into the marble floor. We did not win first place. The opera cake won. Of course it did. It had gold leaf. But we won the audience favorite award. A small crystal trophy shaped like a heart was placed in Lena's hands. She stared at it like it was a sacred artifact. We won something. You sound surprised. I once lost a raffle where I was the only entrant. How? They misplaced my ticket. I smiled. Reporters gathered around us. Questions came from every direction. How long have you been baking together? What makes your marriage work? What was the inspiration behind the whipped cream moment? Lena handled it better than expected, which meant she only mentioned panic twice. Then one reporter asked, "Mrs. Hart, there are rumors that some members of the Hart family doubted your place beside Caleb. Do you feel today proved something?" Victor went still. The room quieted. Lena looked at me, then at grandmother, then at Victor. Finally, she turned back to the reporter. "I don't think marriage is about proving yourself to people outside it," she said, "but I do think today proved something to me." The reporter leaned closer. "What's that?" Lena smiled softly. "That when things go wrong, Caleb doesn't leave me standing there alone." My chest tightened. Again. The dangerous habit was now becoming a condition. The reporters loved it. Victor did not. That night back at the house, Lena placed the audience favorite trophy on the mantel, right beside the decorated birdhouse. I stared at both objects. This mantel used to be dignified. It was lonely. It had antique bronze sculptures. They were pretentious. You cannot call 18th century sculptures pretentious. They know what they did. Duchess Pancake hopped onto the sofa and curled up like she personally funded the foundation. Lena stepped back, admiring the display. The birdhouse and the trophy looked good together. They look like evidence. Of what? That this house is losing its mind. She smiled. Maybe it needed to. I looked around. At the warm lights. At the absurd green-curtained birdhouse. At the ridiculous crystal heart. At Duchess Pancake asleep on a pillow that had somehow survived her reign of terror. At Lena, still with a faint trace of whipped cream in her hair. And I realized something terrifying. The house did not feel like mine anymore. It felt like ours. Lena turned and caught me staring. "What? You still have cream in your hair." Her eyes widened. "What, where?" I stepped closer. "Here." I reached out and gently brushed it from a loose strand near her temple. She went still. So did I. My fingers lingered 1 second too long. Her eyes lifted to mine. The room changed. Quiet. Warm. Too close. Duchess Pancake snored. Lena blinked and stepped back first. She said, "Thank you." Of course. Very husbandly. Very wife-like to attract whipped cream. She laughed, but it was softer than usual. Then Mr. Whitmore appeared in the doorway. Because naturally, emotional moments summoned him like a curse. I apologize for interrupting. "You don't," I said. "I don't," he agreed. "Mr. Hart, there is a call for you." "Who?" His expression shifted. Just slightly. Enough to make the warmth in the room vanish. "Your former fiancée." Lena's smile faded. My jaw tightened. "Natalie." Mr. Whitmore nodded. "She says she's back in town." Lena looked at me. Former fiancé. I said nothing, because for once I didn't have a clever answer. Mr. Whitmore held out the phone. She also says Victor invited her to tomorrow night's foundation board dinner. The room went completely silent. Then Lena crossed her arms. Oh, she said. This time I did not have to ask what it meant, because her eyes had already gone sharp. Victor had found the next challenge, and this one had a name. For 3 full seconds, no one moved. Not me. Not Lena. Not even Duchess Pancake, who had been sleeping upside down on the sofa with the shameless confidence of a dog who had never paid rent. Then Lena slowly turned toward me. Former fiancé, she repeated. Her voice was calm. Too calm. The kind of calm that made reasonable men update their wills. I looked at Mr. Whitmore. He looked back at me with the blank professionalism of a man who had delivered disasters before breakfast for 30 years. Natalie Vale, I said finally. Lena blinked once. Natalie Vale, she repeated. That sounds expensive. She is. Of course she is. Mr. Whitmore held out the phone. She is still on the line. I stared at it like it was a snake. Lena crossed her arms. Answer it. I looked at her. That is not necessary. Oh, I think it is very necessary. Lena. Caleb. There it was again. That tone. The tone that meant she was no longer panicking. She was organizing. That was worse. I took the phone. Natalie. A soft laugh came through the speaker. Caleb still so formal. Lena's eyebrows rose. I immediately regretted putting it on speaker. I heard you got married, Natalie continued. You heard correctly. So suddenly too, how romantic. Lena mouthed romantic. I mouthed back don't. She mouthed I'm already doing it emotionally. Natalie sighed delicately. I suppose congratulations are in order. Thank you. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow night. So I hear. Victor was kind enough to invite me. He said the family would love to reconnect. Of course he had. Victor Hart did not throw knives. He gift-wrapped them. Natalie, I said evenly, whatever Victor told you. Oh, don't worry, she interrupted. I'm not coming to cause trouble. Lena made a face that said, that is exactly what people say before causing trouble. Natalie's voice softened. I just thought it might be nice to meet the woman who finally succeeded where I failed. The line went quiet. I said nothing. Lena's expression shifted. Not jealousy. Not anger. Something sharper. Curiosity. Natalie gave another light laugh. Well, until tomorrow. The call ended. I placed the phone down. The room stayed silent. Then Lena said, so. I exhaled. So. You were engaged? Yes. To a woman named Natalie Vale. Yes. Victor invited her to dinner. Yes. And she said she failed. I rubbed the back of my neck. She has a talent for making simple things sound tragic. Lena studied me closely. What happened? That was the question. The one I had avoided even thinking about for years. Natalie and I were arranged, I said. Lena's brows lifted. Arranged. Not officially, not with contracts and signatures, but our families moved in the same circles, same schools, same charity boards, same expectations. So rich people arranged. Exactly. She nodded slowly. Did you love her? The question landed harder than it should have. I could have lied. It would have been easier. But Lena had a way of punishing lies by simply looking disappointed, and somehow that was worse than anger. "I thought I did," I said. Her face softened, but she didn't interrupt. "We were engaged for 8 months. Then my grandfather changed the inheritance structure. Whoever I married would become central to the trust observation period. And Natalie's family decided the risk was too high." Lena frowned. "Risk? If I failed, I'd lose control of the company. If I won, Victor would target her too. Her parents didn't want their daughter trapped in a heart-family war. So she left. She chose safety." Lena was quiet. Duchess Pancake rolled over and snorted. Finally, Lena said, "That's not the worst reason." "No, but it hurt." I looked away. That was a long time ago. That was not an answer. I glanced back. She was still watching me, steady and uncomfortably kind. "Yes," I said, "it hurt." Something in her expression changed. Not pity. Understanding. Then she nodded once. "Okay. Okay. Yes. That's it." "What do you want me to do? Dramatically throw wine at a wall?" "I'd prefer you not. I'm saving it for tomorrow." I stared at her. She smiled sweetly. Duchess Pancake barked once. Mr. Whitmore, who was still standing in the doorway because apparently privacy was a myth in my home, cleared his throat. "If I may, Mrs. Hart." Lena turned. "Yes. Red wine stains. White wine is more practical for dramatic gestures." Lena nodded seriously. "Noted." I looked at both of them. This household has become unstable. The next evening, Lena took exactly 4 hours to get ready. Not because she was vain. Because she was strategizing. Her bedroom looked like a courtroom where dresses had been called to testify. There were shoes across the floor, jewelry boxes open on the vanity, 3 different handbags on the bed, and Duchess Pancake sitting in the middle of it, all wearing a tiny pearl collar. I stood in the doorway. Should I be concerned? Lena held up 2 earrings. "Yes." "About Natalie. About symmetry." I stepped inside. She was wearing a deep navy dress. Simple. Elegant. Not flashy. Not submissive. The kind of dress that did not ask permission to belong. I forgot what I came in to say. She noticed. "What?" "Nothing." That was not a nothing face. "You look," I paused. She lifted an eyebrow. "Careful. Dangerous." Her mouth curved. "Good." I walked closer. "There is one thing you should know about Natalie." "What?" "She never loses control." Lena looked back at the mirror and fastened 1 earring. "Everyone loses control. Not Natalie. Then she's overdue." I did not know whether to be impressed or terrified. Possibly both. The board dinner was held in a private dining room above a historic hotel downtown. Victor had chosen the room. Naturally, everything about it was designed to intimidate. Crystal chandeliers, white roses, heavy curtains, a table long enough for emotional distance. When Lena and I entered, conversations paused. Victor stood near the fireplace with Natalie Vale beside him. And Lena had been right. Natalie looked expensive. Tall, polished, dark hair pinned perfectly at the nape of her neck, a silver dress that looked poured rather than worn, diamonds at her ears, a calm smile that said she had already assessed the room and found it lacking. Her gaze moved from me to Lena. Then she smiled. "Caleb." "Natalie." She stepped forward and kissed my cheek. Lightly, socially, perfectly. Lena watched with an expression of polite interest. I braced myself. Natalie turned. And you must be Lena. Lena smiled. I must be. A flicker of surprise passed across Natalie's face. Small, almost invisible. But I saw it. Victor saw it too. His smile sharpened. Natalie was just telling us about Milan, Victor said. Apparently she chaired a restoration gala there last spring. How wonderful, Lena said. It was exhausting, Natalie replied, but meaningful. Art preservation has always mattered to me. That's admirable. And you, Lena, Natalie asked, what causes are closest to your heart? There it was. A silk-covered blade. The room listened. Lena took a breath. My mother's hospital ward, she said. A few people blinked. Natalie's smile did not move. Oh. Lena nodded. When someone you love is sick, you notice everything. The chairs families sleep in. The vending machine that eats bills. The nurses who work 12-hour shifts and still smile. The people who don't have anyone bringing them clean clothes. The room quieted. So I care about patient support, Lena said. Not glamorous maybe, but important. Natalie studied her. Then gave a slow nod. That is important. Victor's smile tightened. The first strike had missed. Dinner began. For the first course, Natalie sat across from Lena. Victor had arranged it that way. I sat beside Lena, close enough that her knee occasionally bumped mine beneath the table. At first, conversation stayed polite. Then Victor leaned back. Natalie, didn't you and Caleb once plan a winter wedding? I set my fork down. Lena kept eating. Natalie smiled faintly. We discussed it. Such a shame, Victor said. You two were very well suited. Lena reached for her water. I expected her hand to shake. It didn't. Natalie's gaze flicked toward me. Perhaps we were suited on paper. Victor chuckled. Paper matters in families like ours. Lena swallowed, then looked at him. Does it? Victor turned to her. Of course, compatibility, background, values, education, these things shape a marriage. Lena nodded thoughtfully. That explains why divorce lawyers are so rich. Someone coughed. Grandmother, seated near the center, lowered her wineglass to hide a smile. Victor's jaw flexed. Natalie's mouth twitched. Just slightly. Lena continued calmly. Paper can tell you whether two people look good together. It cannot tell you whether one of them will hold your hand when cake explodes. Natalie blinked. Victor frowned. Cake. Long story, I said. Short cake, Lena corrected. I almost laughed. Natalie looked between us, and something unreadable crossed her face. The second course arrived. So did the second trap. Victor lifted his glass. Lena, I hope you don't mind me asking, have you adjusted to Caleb's world? Not entirely, she said. Victor's eyes gleamed. How honest. I still think appetizer forks are unnecessary. Grandmother nodded. They are. Victor ignored her. It must be difficult. The attention, the expectations, the constant comparisons. Lena smiled. Comparisons to whom? Victor gave a soft laugh. Well, Natalie, for example. There it was. Direct. Cruel. Expected. The room turned cold. Natalie's gaze lowered briefly to her plate. For the first time all night, she looked uncomfortable. Victor continued. Natalie was raised for this world. She understands it. She moves through it naturally. Lena looked at Natalie. then back at Victor. She does. Victor smiled. And you? Lena set her fork down. I bump into it. The table went silent. Then she shrugged. But I'm learning where the sharp corners are. I looked at her. Victor leaned forward. Do you ever wonder if Caleb would have been happier with someone who didn't need to learn? Lena went still. My temper rose fast. Victor, I said. But Lena touched my wrist. Just once. Not stopping me. Asking me to trust her. So I did. Barely. She looked at Victor. Yes, she said. The answer hit the room like dropped glass. Victor's smile returned. Lena continued. I've wondered that. I've wondered if I'm too awkward, too ordinary, too unprepared. I've wondered if one day Caleb will wake up and realize this was all too much trouble. Her voice stayed even, but her fingers curled lightly around her napkin. Then she looked at me. But then I remember something. What? Natalie asked softly. Lena turned back. That being easy to place beside someone is not the same as being right for them. Natalie's expression changed. Lena continued, quieter now. I don't know all the rules. I don't always say the perfect thing. I panic frequently. Grandmother murmured, we know, dear. Lena nodded, fair. A soft laugh moved around the table. But when Caleb walks into a room, I know whether he's angry, tired, worried, or pretending not to be hurt. I know when he needs silence and when he needs someone to interrupt his brooding before it becomes architecture. I stared at her. She really had become dangerous. And maybe that doesn't make me impressive, she said, but it makes me his wife. The table fell completely quiet. Victor's smile vanished. Natalie looked at Lena for a long moment. Then she lifted her glass. To Caleb and Lena, she said. Victor turned sharply. Natalie ignored him. To being right, she continued, instead of merely suitable. Grandmother lifted her glass immediately. To that. One by one, the others followed. Lena looked stunned. I leaned close. You okay? She whispered, did your ex-fiancé just defend me? Yes. Is that allowed? I don't think Victor approved it. Then I like her. After dinner, Natalie found me on the balcony. I had stepped outside for air. The city glittered below, all lights in motion on the river. Natalie came to stand beside me. She's not what I expected, she said. I looked at her. What did Victor tell you? That she was opportunistic, fragile, embarrassing. I gave a humorless laugh. She is occasionally embarrassing. Natalie smiled. But not fragile. No. She loves you. I said nothing. Natalie turned her head. You know that, don't you? My chest tightened. Our situation is complicated. It always was with you. Natalie. I don't mean that harshly. She looked back at the city. I left because I was afraid. My parents were afraid. Everyone was afraid of what marrying into your life would cost. You made the right choice for yourself. Maybe, her voice softened, but Lena would have stayed even if she was afraid. I looked through the glass doors. Inside, Lena was standing beside Grandmother, listening intently while Grandmother pointed at something on her cane like it was a weapon. Duchess Pancake, who absolutely had not been invited but had somehow arrived with Mr. Whitmore, sat under Lena's chair. Yes, I said, she would. Natalie smiled sadly. Then don't make her feel like she's temporary. The words hit harder than they should have. Before I could answer, she stepped back. Goodbye, Caleb. You're leaving. Yes, Victor invited me as a weapon. I dislike being used by men with less charm than ambition. For the first time that night, I genuinely smiled. Natalie. She paused. Thank you. She looked toward Lena. Thank her. She reminded me I still have a spine. Then she left. When I returned inside, Victor was cornering Lena near the dessert table. I saw her smile. Polite. Tight. Dangerous. I started toward them. Then stopped. Because Lena spoke first. Victor, can I ask you something? He seemed surprised. Of course. Do you ever get tired? His eyes narrowed. Of what? Trying to prove Caleb made a mistake. The people near them went quiet. Victor's expression chilled. That is not what I'm doing. That is exactly what you're doing. He laughed softly. You think very highly of yourself. No, Lena said, I think highly of him. Victor stiffened. And I think that bothers you more than anything else. Not because I'm unworthy, not because our marriage was sudden, but because Caleb has someone beside him who isn't afraid to look ridiculous. Her smile sharpened. And I am extremely experienced at looking ridiculous. Grandmother from several feet away whispered, remarkable girl. Victor stepped closer. You have no idea what kind of family you married into. Lena tilted her head. You keep saying that like it's a warning. It is. No, she said, it's a confession. Victor's face darkened. I reached Lena then and slid an arm lightly around her waist. Everything okay? Lena looked up at me. Yes. Then she looked back at Victor. We were just discussing fatigue. Victor said nothing, but his eyes promised war. On the drive home, Lena was quiet. Too quiet. I glanced at her. You did well tonight. She stared out the window. Natalie is beautiful. I blinked. That is what you took from tonight. And elegant. Yes. And calm. Usually. She didn't once mention knees. No. Lena sighed. I hate that I like her. I smiled despite myself. She liked you too. She pitied me. She defended you. That could be graceful pity. Lena. She finally looked at me. Did you mean to marry her? The question was soft. Not jealous exactly. But careful. Yes, I said. Her face changed before she could hide it. I continued. But I did not know then what I know now. What's that? That peace and perfection are not the same thing. She looked away again. I reached over and took her hand. She stiffened slightly, then relaxed. Natalie was my past, I said. Victor wanted to use her to make you feel like you don't belong. Lena swallowed. It worked a little. I know. She turned back to me. The streetlights flashed across her face. And he failed anyway. Her fingers curled around mine. How do you know? Because you stayed. She looked down at our hands. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then she said, I almost threw white wine. I appreciate your restraint. Whitmore was right. It would have been practical. I'll tell him. Please don't. He'll add it to a report. I smiled. She smiled too. Small. Tired. Real. When we reached the house, Mr. Whitmore was waiting in the foyer. Naturally. Duchess Pancake trotted in ahead of us, smug despite having spent half the evening hiding under a linen tablecloth. Mr. Whitmore accepted Lena's coat. How was the dinner? Lena kicked off her heels. Educational. He looked at me. And Miss Vale? Gone, I said. Permanently? I believe so. Lena sank onto the sofa. She was nice, annoyingly. Mr. Whitmore nodded. An irritating quality in rivals. Lena pointed at him. Exactly. I loosened my tie. Victor won't stop. No, Mr. Whitmore said, but tonight cost him. I looked at him. How? He held up his tablet. Several board members were impressed by Mrs. Hart. Mrs. Hart's remarks regarding patient support also prompted 3 donors to request a proposal for a hospital family care initiative. Lena sat up. What? Your comments resonated. My comments? Yes. But I was just talking. Authenticity is often mistaken for strategy in this family. Lena stared at him. Then at me. Then back at him. So, people want to fund hospital support because I complained about vending machines. In essence, her eyes widened. Oh, there it was. A new kind of oh. Not revenge. Not panic. Possibility. I saw it hit her all at once. A cause. A purpose. A place in this world that wasn't borrowed from me. Mr. Whitmore continued. The board would like Mrs. Hart to prepare a short concept presentation next week. Lena froze. The possibility shattered. Presentation. Yes. In front of people. Yes. With slides. Likely. She turned slowly to me. We're dead. I smiled. No. She narrowed her eyes. We have different definitions of death. This is good. This is public speaking. This is your project. She opened her mouth, closed it, then looked toward the mantel, at the crooked birdhouse, at the crystal heart, at the ridiculous evidence of every disaster we had survived. Her shoulders straightened. My project, she repeated. Yes. Victor had created another challenge without meaning to. But this one was different. This time, Lena was not being tested as my wife. She was being given the chance to become something much more dangerous. Herself. And somewhere in the shadows, Victor Hart had no idea what he had just started. For the next week, Lena Parkhart became unbearable. Not in a bad way. In a terrifying way. The kind of unbearable that involved sticky notes, color-coded folders, 5 different notebook tabs, and a level of determination usually found in people training for war or assembling furniture from instructions written by a man who hated humanity. The sunroom became her command center. The coffee table disappeared beneath research papers, hospital brochures, printed statistics, donor profiles, and half-eaten toast. The decorated birdhouse sat in the corner like a tiny crooked witness. Duchess Pancake slept on a stack of documents labeled Patient Family Support Initiative, occasionally shifting just enough to crumple important pages. Lena pointed at her. You are not helping. Duchess Pancake opened one eye, then went back to sleep. I stood in the doorway with 2 cups of coffee. You're talking to the dog again. She's on the finance section. That may improve it. Lena shot me a look. I handed her a cup. She accepted it without looking away from her laptop. Okay, she said, listen to this opening. I leaned against the doorframe. Go ahead. She stood, cleared her throat, and looked down at her notes. Good afternoon, respected board members, generous donors, and emotionally intimidating people with excellent tailoring. I blinked. No. What? You cannot open with that. Why not? Because it's too accurate. She sighed and crossed something out. Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak about a cause that is very close to my heart. Better. Boring. Safe. Rich people respect boring. They call it professionalism. She made a face. That explains so much. I walked closer and looked over her shoulder. The title slide read, The Hart Family Care Fund. Because healing shouldn't bankrupt the people waiting beside the bed, I went still. Lena noticed. What? She asked quickly. Too emotional. No. Too long. No. Too guilt-inducing. A little. She grimaced. I knew it. I like it. Her eyes lifted to mine. You do? Yes. She looked back at the slide. I don't want it to sound like charity theater, she said quietly. I hate that. People clapping for themselves because they wrote checks while someone else still sleeps in a hospital chair. Her fingers tightened around the coffee mug. When my mom was sick, the worst part wasn't just the bills. It was everything around the bills. Parking, food, missed work, not knowing if I could shower, not knowing if I could afford the next prescription. People think survival is one big crisis, but it's really 1,000 little humiliations. The room went quiet. I looked at her, standing barefoot in my sunroom, hair messy, eyes tired, holding a mug with both hands like it was the only thing keeping her steady. And I realized Victor had made his biggest mistake. He had spent weeks trying to prove Lena did not belong in our world. But he had accidentally given her a reason to change it. That, I said. She blinked. What? What you just said, say that. In the presentation. Yes. No. Lena. No, absolutely not. I will cry. Then cry. Her eyes widened. In front of the board. It would be the most honest thing anyone has done in that room in 20 years. She stared at me. Then whispered, You're very bad at making things less scary. I know. You should work on that. I'll add it to my development plan. She smiled despite herself. Then she looked back at her slides. Okay, she said softly, I'll say it. By Wednesday, Lena had practiced the presentation 14 times. The first attempt lasted 2 minutes before she forgot the word initiative and replaced it with hospital kindness project. The second attempt ended when Duchess Pancake barked at the phrase sustainable funding model. The third attempt was interrupted by Mr. Whitmore, who gently informed Lena that referring to wealthy donors as emotionally available ATMs might be considered unwise. By attempt 7, she was improving. By attempt 10, she was good. By attempt 14, she was dangerous. I sat on the sofa, watching her pace in front of the fireplace. She had stopped hiding behind jokes. Mostly. Her voice was steady. Her points were clear. Her heart was visible in every word. When she finished, she looked at me expectantly. Well, I said nothing. Her face fell. Oh no. No. Oh no, what? No, it's good. You paused. I was thinking. Your thinking face looks like bad news wearing a suit. I stood and walked toward her. It's not good, I said. She froze. It's excellent. Her mouth opened. Then closed. Then opened again. You cannot do that to me. I wanted impact. I almost died. You're dramatic. I am presenting to a board of rich hawks tomorrow. Rich hawks. With cufflinks. Fair. She pressed both hands to her stomach and exhaled. I'm scared. I know. What if I mess up? You will. Her head snapped up. Again with this. And then you'll recover, I said. That's what you do. Her expression softened. The space between us went quiet. Warm. Too familiar. Too easy. Then Mr. Whitmore appeared in the doorway. Because of course. I apologize for interrupting. You don't, Lena and I said at the same time. Mr. Whitmore paused. Then nodded. Correct. Lena laughed. I turned to him. What is it? His expression shifted. Mrs. Hart has received an email. Lena frowned. From who? The Foundation Board office. I took the tablet he handed me and opened the message. My jaw tightened before I reached the second paragraph. Lena noticed immediately. Caleb. I kept reading. What is it? I handed her the tablet. She read silently. Her face drained of color. The board had changed the presentation format. Instead of a private concept review, Lena would now present at a donor luncheon. With press. With cameras. With nearly 200 guests. And at the bottom of the email, in polite corporate language, was the knife. As this event coincides with the Foundation's Women in Leadership series, Mrs. Hart will also participate in a live moderated Q&A following her remarks. Lena lowered the tablet. No. I took it back. Victor. No. Yes. No, Caleb, I can barely survive slides. They want question from people live. Mr. Whitmore cleared his throat. There is also a guest list. I looked at him. Let me guess. He nodded. Victor has invited Natalie Vale. Lena closed her eyes. And several journalists. And Mrs. Bell. And he hesitated. That was how I knew it was bad. And your mother's head surgeon. Lena's eyes flew open. What? Mr. Whitmore looked at her gently. Dr. Amelia Ross has been invited as an honored medical guest. For once, Lena had no joke. Her mother's surgeon. The woman who had saved her mother's life. The person who made this entire fake marriage possible without knowing it. Victor had found the softest part of her story and placed it under stage lights. Lena sat down slowly. I can't do this. I moved toward her. Yes, you can. No, she shook her head. Not with Dr. Ross there, not with press, not with people asking questions about my mom and money and why I care. What if someone asks how I got involved? What if they dig? Her breathing quickened. What if they find out this whole thing started because you paid for everything? I crouched in front of her. Then we answer carefully. She looked at me. And if they ask whether our marriage is real? The question landed between us. Heavy. Complicated. I should have answered immediately. Of course. Yes. We lie. We perform. We survive. But the words caught. Because lately, the lie had started wearing truth's clothing. Lena saw my hesitation. Her face changed. She looked away first. Right, she said softly. I hated myself for that pause. Lena, I said. She stood. I need air. Then she walked out. Duchess Pancake jumped off the sofa and followed her. For once, I did not stop them. I found her in the garden 20 minutes later. She was sitting on the stone bench near the roses with Duchess Pancake curled against her leg. The evening air was cool. The sky had turned lavender gray. She didn't look at me when I approached. I'm sorry, I said. She gave a small laugh. For what, Victor? The bored public speaking, the general existence of rich people. For hesitating. That made her still. I sat beside her. I should have answered faster. She looked down at Duchess Pancake. Maybe it was better that you didn't. No. Yes, her voice was quiet, because it reminded me. Of what? That this started as a deal. I said nothing. She continued. And maybe I forgot a little, which is stupid because there's literally a contract. It's not stupid. It is, she smiled sadly. I decorated the audit birdhouse Caleb. That was concerning, not stupid. She laughed once, but it faded quickly. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I looked at her. She looked tired. Not presentation tired. Heart tired. I agreed to be your wife because I had no choice, she said. Then somehow I started wanting to be good at it. Then I started wanting your family to accept me. Then I started wanting to beat Victor. Then I started wanting this foundation project to matter. She swallowed. And somewhere in there, I stopped knowing what was fake. The garden went silent. I wanted to tell her. Right there. That almost nothing felt fake to me anymore. That I looked for her in every room. That my house was unbearable when she was gone too long. That I had started saving bits of my day because I wanted to tell her later. That every time Victor tried to expose our marriage as false, I was less afraid of losing the inheritance and more afraid of losing her. But fear is a strange thing. It does not always look like running away. Sometimes it looks like silence. So I said the safest thing. The presentation matters. Lena looked at me. I knew immediately it was the wrong answer. She nodded once. Right. Lena, no, you're right, she stood. That's what we should focus on. Duchess Pancake stood too, and gave me a look that felt extremely judgmental for a 12-pound dog. I'm going to bed, Lena said. Then she walked back toward the house. I stayed in the garden long after she disappeared. The roses moved slightly in the wind. For the first time since this entire arrangement began, I wondered if winning could still leave me with nothing. The donor luncheon was held the next afternoon in the grand ballroom of the Hart Foundation building. Victor had outdone himself. The room was packed. Round tables dressed in white linen. Tall floral arrangements. A small stage with a podium. 2 cameras near the back. A press row along the left side. And at the front table, Dr. Amelia Ross sat beside grandmother, speaking quietly with Mrs. Bell. Lena stood behind the stage curtain. She wore a soft gray dress and low heels. Her hair was pinned back simply. No diamonds. No armor. Just Lena. She held her note cards so tightly they had started to bend. I stood beside her. You ready? No. Good. She looked at me. That is never helpful. It's honest. She took a shaky breath. Is Victor here? I glanced through the curtain. Victor sat near the center table, smiling like he had already won. Yes. Is Natalie here? Yes. Is she looking perfect? Yes. Annoying. She seems to be glaring at Victor. Lena paused. That helps. The host stepped up to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today for the Hart Foundation's Women in Leadership Luncheon. Our next speaker is Mrs. Lena Hart, who will be introducing a new proposed initiative inspired by her personal connection to patient-family care. Applause rose. Lena closed her eyes. I'm going to throw up. Please don't, there are cameras. She opened one eye. "You are terrible." "I know." The host continued. "Please welcome Mrs. Lena Hart." The applause grew louder. Lena stepped forward, then stopped. For half a second, she turned back to me. Her eyes were wide, afraid, asking without asking. I leaned closer. "Kick the door open," I said. Her lips parted. Then she smiled. Small, real, and walked onto the stage. At first, her voice trembled. "Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak about a cause very close to my heart." Her hands shook against the podium. Victor watched, waiting for collapse. But Lena kept going. "My mother spent months in and out of hospitals. During that time, I learned that illness does not only happen to patients. It happens to families. It happens in waiting rooms, parking garages, cafeteria lines, overdue bills, missed shifts, and nights spent sitting upright in plastic chairs because going home feels impossible." The room quieted. I watched Dr. Ross lift her head. Lena continued. "People talk about medical care as if treatment begins and ends with the doctor, but healing is bigger than that. Families need support too. They need meals, transportation, temporary lodging, counseling, help understanding paperwork. Sometimes they just need a clean shirt and someone to tell them where to sit." Her voice steadied. The slides behind her changed. Simple, clear, powerful. She outlined the proposal. A hospital family relief fund, partner clinics, emergency meal vouchers, transportation grants, short-term lodging support, a volunteer care desk, a patient family navigation hotline, a pilot program at Mercy General. By the 5th slide, people were taking notes. By the 8th, donors were leaning forward. By the final slide, the room was completely hers. Then she stopped, looked up, and set her notes aside. "I wrote a more polished ending," she said. A ripple of surprise moved through the ballroom. Lena gripped the podium. "But I don't think polished is what this needs." Victor's face tightened. Lena looked toward Dr. Ross. "When my mother needed surgery, I was terrified. Not just that I would lose her, but that saving her would destroy us financially. That fear changes a person. It makes you feel ashamed of needing help. It makes you apologize for standing in doorways. It makes you think dignity is something you can't afford." Her eyes shone, but her voice did not break. "This fund is not about pity. It is about dignity. It is about telling families, you are allowed to be scared, but you do not have to be abandoned." The ballroom was silent. Then grandmother began to clap. Once, twice, firmly. Dr. Ross joined her. Then Mrs. Bell. Then Natalie. Soon the entire ballroom rose in applause. A standing ovation. Lena stood frozen at the podium. Stunned. Overwhelmed. Then her eyes found mine. For 1 second, the room vanished. I smiled, and she smiled back. Then came the Q&A. The moderator, a smooth-voiced man named Elliot Crane, stepped onto the stage. "Thank you, Mrs. Hart, for that moving presentation. We'll now take a few questions." Lena gripped the podium again. The first questions were safe. Funding structure, hospital partnerships, volunteer screening, pilot timeline. She answered carefully. Not perfectly, but honestly. When she didn't know something, she said so. When she had an idea but needed expert help, she admitted that too. The room respected it. Victor did not. Finally, a journalist in the front row raised her hand. "Mrs. Hart," she said, You mentioned your mother's medical crisis. Some sources suggest her surgery was paid for privately around the same time you married Caleb Hart. Can you comment on whether your marriage influenced your access to care? The room chilled. There it was. Victor's knife. Lena went pale. My hands curled into fists. Elliot Crane looked uncertain. Grandmother's eyes snapped toward Victor. Victor sat perfectly still. Lena breathed in. Once. Twice. Then she leaned toward the microphone. Yes, she said. The room erupted in murmurs. My heart stopped. Lena lifted one hand slightly. My marriage changed my mother's life, she continued. So did Caleb. Every camera focused on her. Before I married him, I was desperate. My mother needed help I could not afford. Caleb helped us. He did not do it for applause. He did not do it because anyone was watching. He did it before he knew whether I could ever repay him. Her voice grew stronger. That is not something I am ashamed of. I refuse to be ashamed that my mother lived. The room fell silent again. And if that makes me biased toward families who are afraid money will decide whether someone they love survives, then yes, I am biased. That is exactly why this fund should exist. For one breath, no one moved. Then Dr. Ross stood. I would like to speak, she said. The moderator hurriedly offered her a microphone. Dr. Ross turned toward the room. I was Mrs. Park's surgeon, she said, and I can confirm that what families endure during medical emergencies is often invisible to those outside the system. Mrs. Hart's proposal addresses a real gap in care. If the Hart Foundation chooses to support this initiative, Mercy General would be honored to participate in the pilot. That was it. The room changed. The question that was supposed to humiliate Lena became the reason the project became undeniable. A donor at the back stood. I'll pledge $200,000 toward the pilot. Another stood. My family foundation will match that. Then another. Then another. Within 5 minutes, Lena's proposed fund had pledges surpassing $2 million. Victor looked like a man watching a trap close around his own ankle. Natalie leaned back in her chair and smiled. Grandmother looked at me, then at Lena, and her eyes softened in a way I had never seen before. On stage, Lena stood motionless as the room applauded again. This time she did cry. Not much. Just enough to be real. After the luncheon, the ballroom became chaos. People surrounded Lena. Donors, reporters, doctors, board members. Everyone wanted to shake her hand. Everyone wanted to be part of the thing she had built. I stayed back at first, watching, proud in a way that had nothing to do with strategy. Then Victor approached me. His smile was gone. You're enjoying this? Yes. She handled herself better than expected. She always does. His jaw tightened. You think this changes anything? I looked at him. It changes everything. No, he said softly. It gives her attention that fades. Careful, Victor. He stepped closer. You are letting this woman distract you. I smiled coldly. No, you are. His eyes narrowed. I leaned in. You were so busy trying to expose her that you gave her a platform. You put her in front of donors, doctors, press, and the board. You made them listen. Victor's face darkened. And now, I said quietly, they like her more than they like you. For the first time since I had known him, Victor had no answer. Then Lena appeared beside me. Everything okay? Victor looked at her. His expression smoothed instantly. Mrs. Hart, impressive performance. Lena tilted her head. Thank you. I mean that you have a gift. She smiled politely. Careful, Victor. Compliments from you feel like envelopes with powder in them. I coughed. Victor's smile froze. Then he walked away. Lena watched him go. Was that too much? No. Good, I workshopped it in the bathroom. I stared at her. You what? I was nervous. You insult prepared. Yes. I laughed. And this time I did not care who saw. That night the house was quiet. The successful pledges had already made news online. Mr. Whitmore printed the first article and placed it beside the Crystal Heart trophy on the mantel. Lena stared at it, then at the birdhouse, then at the article. This mantel is becoming unhinged. It reflects us. She smiled faintly. Duchess Pancake curled at her feet. I stood beside her. You were incredible today. She looked down. Thank you. I mean it. I know. A pause. Then she said, you hesitated yesterday. My chest tightened. I did. Why? I looked at her. No strategy. No safe answer. No polished lie. Because I'm a coward. Her eyes widened slightly. I took a breath. When you asked what we would say if someone questioned whether our marriage was real, I hesitated because I didn't know how to answer without admitting something I wasn't ready to say. She went very still. What? I stepped closer. That I don't know when it stopped being fake for me. The room went silent. Lena's eyes searched mine. Caleb, I know this started as a contract, I said. I know we made rules. I know there's an expiration date. But lately, every time someone asks whether we're real, I don't feel guilty because we're lying. I swallowed. I feel afraid because maybe we are. Her lips parted. Duchess Pancake sneezed. Neither of us moved. Then Lena looked away, blinking fast. You can't say things like that after I survive public speaking. I know. My emotional capacity is full. I know. I need at least 3 business days. Despite everything, I smiled. She looked back at me. Her eyes were wet. But she said softly, for what it's worth, my heart beat once. Hard. I don't know when it stopped being fake for me either. The mantel clock ticked. The house held its breath. Then the front doorbell rang. Lena closed her eyes. You have got to be kidding me. Mr. Whitmore appeared from the hall, already carrying his tablet. I'll answer it. A minute later he returned. His face was grave. Too grave. My stomach dropped. What is it? He held out a sealed envelope. An emergency notice from the Heart Trust. I took it, opened it, read it, and felt the warmth of the room vanish. Lena stepped closer. Caleb. I looked up. Victor had not stopped. He had simply changed weapons again. The trust is ordering a full domestic residency inspection, I said. Lena frowned. What does that mean? Mr. Whitmore answered quietly. It means the trustees will come here tomorrow morning. They will inspect whether your marriage is authentic inside the home. Lena blinked, then looked at the sofa, the mantel, the dog toys, the birdhouse, the separate toothbrush cups, the guest room slippers hidden badly under the bed. The contract still locked in my study. Her face went pale. Oh no. I folded the notice. Yes. The next challenge had arrived. And this time, the battlefield was our home. The next morning began with screaming. Not Lena's. Mine, because I opened my closet and found Duchess pancake sitting inside one of my Italian leather shoes. Not beside it. Inside it. Like a tiny criminal queen on a throne. I stared at her. She stared back. Then she sneezed. Into the shoe. Lena. From the bathroom came a muffled voice. If this is about Duchess, she is emotionally sensitive. She is footwear sensitive. Lena appeared in the doorway wearing a robe, her hair wet, one toothbrush in her hand and another tucked behind her ear. She looked at the dog, then the shoe, then me. Oh, that word is becoming a threat. She likes enclosed spaces. She has a bed. She likes expensive enclosed spaces. I lifted the shoe. Duchess Pancake refused to leave. I looked at Lena. Lena looked at the dog. The dog looked at no one because she did not respect authority. This, I said, is exactly why we are going to fail the inspection. Lena's eyes widened. The inspection. She spun around so fast the toothbrush behind her ear flew across the room and hit the wall. I closed my eyes. Strong start. By 7:15 a.m., the house had become a battlefield. The trustees were arriving at 10. That gave us less than 3 hours to make the house look like two happily married people lived there. Not two confused business partners who shared a legal surname, a dog, an emotionally significant birdhouse, and several unresolved feelings. Mr. Whitmore stood in the foyer with a clipboard. He had divided the house into zones. Zone 1, foyer and public rooms. Zone 2, kitchen and breakfast area. Zone 3, master bedroom. Zone 4, study. Zone 5, evidence that must never be seen. Lena pointed at the last category. That feels legally concerning. It is, I said. Mr. Whitmore adjusted his glasses. It includes the original contract, the separate expense ledgers, the sofa blanket Mr. Hart used during the first week, and Mrs. Hart's notebook titled, Marriage Lies We Must Remember. Lena gasped. That notebook is private. It is also heavily tabbed. I'm organized. I looked at her. You wrote "Do not say knees" in red ink. It was a traumatic dinner. Mr. Whitmore cleared his throat. The trustees will be looking for signs of authentic cohabitation, shared routines, personal integration, evidence that the marriage exists organically throughout the home. Lena blinked. Personal integration sounds like a medical condition. It means, I said, our lives need to look mixed. She looked around. They are mixed. I raised an eyebrow. Your side of the bathroom has 12 products. Mine has 1. That means you need moisturizer. That is not the central issue. It might become one. Mr. Whitmore checked his clipboard. We begin with the bedroom. Lena immediately paled. Oh no. I looked at her. What? She grabbed my sleeve. The pillow wall. My stomach dropped. We ran upstairs. The bedroom looked normal at first glance. Large bed. Clean sheets. Sunlight through the curtains. Perfectly arranged pillows. Too perfectly arranged. Because hidden beneath the elegant duvet, like contraband under royal silk, was the old pillow wall. Not in use anymore. But preserved. Lena had apparently kept it. For sentimental reasons. Or madness. Possibly both. I pulled back the duvet. There it was. 4 pillows. 1 rolled blanket. And Moonbert. That ridiculous moon-shaped cushion with the stitched smile. Lena clasped a hand over her mouth. Moonbert. Why is he still here? He's part of our journey. He's evidence of fraud. He has a face, Caleb. He has to go. I reached for Moonbert. Lena grabbed my wrist. No. Lena. He stayed with us through difficult times. He is a pillow. He is a witness. To what? Awkward sleeping arrangements. She hugged Moonbert to her chest. You are cold. I am practical. You can be both. It's unpleasant. Mr. Whitmore appeared in the doorway. His gaze landed on Moonbert. For the first time since I had known him, he looked genuinely tired. Mrs. Hart, he said carefully, perhaps Moonbert can be relocated. Lena narrowed her eyes. To where? A sentimental drawer. She considered this. Fine. She marched to the dresser and placed Moonbert in the top drawer with a solemnity usually reserved for funerals. I looked at Mr. Whitmore. He whispered, a compromise is still progress. The rest of the bedroom needed work. My side of the nightstand had a watch, a book, and a glass of water. Lena's side had hand cream, hair ties, 3 receipts, cough drops, a hospital brochure, a pen, another pen, 1 earring, a granola bar wrapper, and a sticky note that read, Ask Caleb if he secretly likes Duchess. I picked it up. You wrote this. She snatched it from my hand. It was research. You could have asked me. I wanted unbiased evidence. I do not secretly like Duchess. From the floor, Duchess Pancake barked once. Lena pointed at her. She disagrees. She has a conflict of interest. Mr. Whitmore placed a framed photo on the dresser. It was from the charity bake-off. The moment after the whipped cream explosion. Lena was laughing. I was smiling at her like she had hung the moon and then named it. I looked at the photo a second too long. Lena noticed. Her expression softened. Then quickly she turned away. Good photo, she said. Yes. Very convincing. Yes. Neither of us added anything else. Because convincing had become another word we were both afraid to define. At 9:40, the house was ready. Mostly. The contract was locked away. The separate ledgers were hidden. Moonbert was in exile. The mantel proudly displayed the leaning birdhouse, the Crystal Heart Trophy, and now a framed article about Lena's foundation initiative. The kitchen smelled like coffee and toast. The living room looked warm, lived in, and only mildly dominated by Duchess Pancake's toys. Lena stood in the foyer wearing a pale blue dress. She looked nervous. Beautiful. Angry at herself for being nervous. I adjusted my cuffs. You're doing the thing. What thing? Biting your cheek. She stopped immediately. I am not. You are. I'm practicing silence. With your teeth. She glared. I smiled. That helped. A little. Then the doorbell rang. Lena inhaled sharply. Mr. Whitmore opened the door. 3 people entered. Mrs. Bell, the Ethics Committee chairwoman. A trustee named Harold Finch, thin, severe, and bald enough to reflect overhead lighting. And finally, to my absolute lack of surprise, Victor Hart. Lena leaned close and whispered, Why is he here? Because happiness offends him. Victor smiled. Good morning, newlyweds. Lena smiled back. Good morning, recurring problem. Mrs. Bell coughed. Harold Finch blinked. Victor's smile tightened. I looked at Lena. She whispered too early. I whispered back marginally. The inspection began in the foyer. Mrs. Bell examined the mantel. The birdhouse, she said. Lena brightened. Our first joint construction project. Harold Finch leaned closer. It appears crooked. So are most family trees, Lena said. Mrs. Bell's mouth twitched. Victor looked at Harold. She jokes when nervous. Lena turned to him. I also joke when annoyed. Today is versatile. I stepped slightly closer to her. Not because she needed protection. Because I enjoyed Victor's suffering. Mrs. Bell moved to the framed article. The Hart Family Care Fund has received impressive donor attention. Lena's posture changed. She stood a little straighter. Yes, we're hoping to begin the Mercy General pilot by fall. Harold Finch made a note. Your involvement appears substantial. It is. Victor smiled smoothly. Lena has discovered that public sympathy can be a powerful tool. The air sharpened. Lena turned slowly. Is that what you call it when people care? Victor's expression stayed pleasant. I call it useful. Then that's why people trust me with it and not you. Harold's pen stopped. Mrs. Bell looked down to hide an expression. Victor's eyes darkened. I should have stopped smiling. I did not. The kitchen came next. This should have been safe. It was not. Because Duchess Pancake had dragged my shoe into the breakfast room. The expensive shoe. The violated shoe. Lena saw it first. Her eyes widened. I followed her gaze. Duchess Pancake sat under the table, one paw on the shoe, looking deeply fulfilled. Harold Finch looked down. Is that my shoe? I said tightly. Lena said quickly, a shared household item. I looked at her. She smiled hard. Harold frowned. You share shoes? No, Lena said. I mean, we share the responsibility of removing shoes from dogs. Mrs. Bell glanced at Duchess Pancake. She seems attached. To crime, I said. Lena elbowed me. Victor watched with interest. Pets often reveal domestic truth, he said. Lena picked up Duchess Pancake, who immediately licked her jaw. Yes, Lena said sweetly. For example, she growls at people with bad intentions. Duchess Pancake looked directly at Victor and growled. Silence. Harold Finch scribbled furiously. Mrs. Bell cleared her throat. Well, shall we continue? The study was dangerous. Not because it looked suspicious. Because it looked too clean. My study had always been severe. Dark wood. Shelves. Locked drawers. A desk arranged with military precision. Lena had tried to warm it up that morning by adding a small potted plant and one framed photo of Duchess Pancake wearing sunglasses. I removed the sunglasses photo. She called me heartless. Now the study looked normal. Until Harold Finch began opening drawers. I stepped forward. That drawer contains private business documents. He looked up. The trust authorizes residential inspection. Residential, I said, not corporate. Victor smiled. Surely you have nothing to hide, Caleb. Lena, who had been standing quietly near the bookshelf, suddenly gasped. Everyone turned. She pointed at the potted plant. Oh no. Mrs. Bell frowned. What is it? Lena rushed to the plant and crouched. She's drooping. I stared at her. What? The plant. Harold Finch looked confused. Lena picked up the pot and held it out toward me. Caleb, did you water her? Her? You said you would. I did not say that. You absolutely said, I'll handle the plant. I said, why is there a plant? That is not emotional availability. Harold Finch slowly closed the drawer. Mrs. Bell watched us with growing fascination. Lena pressed the plant into my hands. Apologized to Fernanda. I looked at her. No, Caleb. I am not apologizing to a plant in front of trustees. Lena crossed her arms. You neglected her. She arrived 3 hours ago. She trusted you. I stared at her. She stared back. Victor looked irritated. Mrs. Bell looked delighted. Harold Finch looked like he was reconsidering his career. Finally, I looked down at the plant. I regret any inconvenience caused by insufficient moisture. Lena nodded. Acceptable. Mrs. Bell wrote something down. I glanced at the open drawer Harold had abandoned. Inside, just visible beneath several folders, was the edge of the original marriage contract. Lena had saved us. With a plant. I looked at her. She gave me the smallest smile. Victor noticed. His expression chilled. Then came the bedroom. The real battlefield. Mrs. Bell entered first. Harold followed. Victor came last, smiling faintly. Lena's hand brushed mine. I took it. Not for the trustees. Not entirely. Mrs. Bell looked around. Shared bedroom. Yes, I said. Harold examined the nightstands. Both sides appear occupied. Lena nodded. Yes. Victor moved toward the dresser. My shoulders tightened. Moonbert was in the top drawer. If Victor opened it, we were finished. Not legally, probably. Emotionally, definitely. Victor reached for the handle. Lena suddenly said, Actually, before you look in there, I should warn you. Victor paused. Mrs. Bell looked over. What is it? Lena lowered her voice. That drawer contains intimate personal items. The room froze. I froze harder. Victor's hand jerked back like the drawer had burned him. Harold Finch turned bright red. Mrs. Bell opened her folder and immediately closed it. I don't believe that will be necessary. Lena nodded solemnly. Thank you for respecting our privacy. I could not look at her. If I looked at her, I would laugh. And if I laughed, Victor would know. He stepped away from the dresser, irritated. Coward. Lena squeezed my hand. Victory. Unfortunately, victory lasted approximately 90 seconds. Because Harold Finch walked toward the bed and frowned. What is this? My blood went cold. He reached down and pulled something from under the blanket. A pillow. Not Moonbert. A normal pillow. But one that had clearly been placed lengthwise down the center of the bed. A remnant. A ghost of the wall. A betrayal by bedding. Harold held it up. Do you sleep with a barrier between you? The room went silent. Victor's eyes lit up. Mrs. Bell looked sharply at us. Lena's face went pale. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. For once, I did not have a strategy. Then Lena stepped forward. Yes, she said. I turned to her. What? She took the pillow from Harold. We did. Victor smiled. Did. Lena hugged the pillow lightly. When we first got married, everything happened very quickly. We were awkward. I was nervous. Caleb was, she glanced at me, Caleb. That is not an adjective, I murmured. It is now. Mrs. Bell listened carefully. Lena continued. So yes, at first we kept distance, not because we disliked each other, because we were learning how to share space. We were strangers trying to become partners. Her voice softened. And then, little by little, the pillow wall came down. The room changed. Even Harold stopped looking severe. Lena placed the pillow at the foot of the bed. I kept one, she admitted, not as a barrier, as a reminder. Victor scoffed softly. A convenient explanation. Before I could respond, Lena looked at me. Her eyes asked a question. Not to perform. To trust. So I answered the only way left. I stepped closer, took the pillow from her hands and set it aside. Then I took her hand. The wall came down, I said quietly, because I stopped wanting it there. Lena's breath caught. Mrs. Bell looked between us. Victor's face went hard. No one spoke. Then Duchess Pancake, who had apparently followed us upstairs unnoticed, jumped onto the bed. She pawed at the pillow, then dragged it off the mattress, down to the floor, and sat on it. Like the final judge. Lena pressed her lips together. I looked at the ceiling. Mrs. Bell made a note. Harold Finch said, very seriously, "The dog appears to support the statement." I nearly lost composure completely. The inspection ended in the living room. Mrs. Bell and Harold reviewed their notes. Victor stood by the fireplace, silent and dissatisfied. Lena sat beside me on the sofa. Our hands were still linked. Neither of us had let go. Maybe we forgot. Maybe we didn't. Mrs. Bell finally closed her folder. "Mr. and Mrs. Hart, thank you for your cooperation." Harold adjusted his glasses. The household demonstrates substantial evidence of shared domestic life. Victor's head snapped toward him. Harold continued, "There are irregularities, but they appear consistent with early marriage adjustment rather than deception." Lena whispered, "Irregularities." I whispered back, "That means Duchess." Duchess Pancake barked. Mrs. Bell added, "In fact, I would note that the marriage appears unusually functional under pressure." Victor's mouth tightened. "That is absurd." Mrs. Bell looked at him. "Mr. Hart, your objections have been noted repeatedly." "And dismissed repeatedly," Lena muttered. I squeezed her hand. Mrs. Bell definitely heard. She definitely chose not to react. Harold stood. "We will file our report by morning, but our preliminary recommendation is favorable." Lena exhaled so hard, she nearly folded in half. I felt something loosen in my chest. Victor stepped forward. "You are making a mistake." Mrs. Bell's expression cooled. "No, Mr. Hart, I believe we are correcting one." Victor looked at me. Then at Lena. His smile returned, but it was thin. Almost empty. "This isn't over." Lena stood. "No," she said, "but you're repeating yourself." Victor's eyes flashed. Then he left. The trustees followed soon after. The door closed. The house went silent. For one long moment, none of us moved. Then Lena collapsed backward onto the sofa. We survived. I sat beside her. Barely. Fernanda saved us. She's a plant. She's family now. Mr. Whitmore entered with his tablet. I have updated the household inventory to include Fernanda. I stared at him. "Do not encourage her." He looked at Lena. "Too late." Lena smiled triumphantly. Duchess Pancake climbed onto the sofa between us, turned in 3 circles, and flopped down with her head on my leg. I looked at her. "She's touching me." Lena grinned. "She likes you. She's using me." That's how love starts in this house. I looked at Lena. The joke faded. Her smile softened. So did mine. The room went quiet again. Not awkward this time. Just full. Then Lena said, "You meant it." I knew exactly what she meant. The bedroom. The pillow. The wall. I looked down at our still joined hands. Yes. She swallowed. The wall came down for me too. Outside, the afternoon light moved across the windows. Inside, the house felt strangely still, as if even the walls were listening. I wanted to kiss her. The thought arrived clear and terrifying. Not for the trust. Not for Victor. Not for the performance. For me. For her. For everything that had become true while we were busy pretending. I leaned slightly closer. Lena did not move away. Her eyes flicked to mine, then to my mouth. Then the front door slammed open. "Caleb." A woman's voice echoed through the foyer. Lena jerked back. I stood instantly. Mr. Whitmore turned toward the hall, his expression sharpening. A moment later, a woman stumbled into the living room. Not Natalie. Not anyone I expected. She was in her late 20s, wearing a wrinkled coat, mascara smudged beneath her eyes, one hand clutching a thick folder to her chest. I recognized her after a stunned second. Marissa Vale. Natalie's younger sister. She looked terrified. "Caleb," she said breathlessly, "I didn't know where else to go." Lena stood slowly beside me. "What's wrong?" Marissa looked at her, then back at me. "It's Victor," she whispered. The room changed. Cold. Sharp. Dangerous. Marissa held out the folder with shaking hands. "He's been paying someone inside the trust." I took the folder. Opened it. Bank transfers. Emails. Internal memos. Trustee communications. My blood turned to ice. Marissa's voice broke. "He's not just trying to prove your marriage is fake." She looked at Lena. "He's trying to make sure the trust declares it invalid no matter what." Lena's face went pale. I looked down at the documents again. Victor had not been playing games. He had been rigging the board. And now, for the first time, we had proof. Marissa Vale looked like a woman who had outrun a storm and brought lightning with her. She stood in the middle of our living room, one hand clutching the strap of her purse, the other trembling at her side. Her coat was wrinkled. Her hair was half pinned, half falling loose. Her eyes kept darting toward the windows like she expected Victor Hart himself to rise from the shrubbery wearing a tailored suit and a murderously polite smile. Lena was the first to move. Not me. Not Mr. Whitmore. Lena. She stepped forward, took Marissa gently by the elbow, and led her to the sofa. "Sit," she said softly. Marissa sat. Duchess Pancake immediately climbed onto the cushion beside her and placed one paw on her knee. Marissa stared down at the dog. "She's judgmental," I said. "Comforting," Lena corrected. Duchess Pancake sneezed. "Both," Mr. Whitmore said. I opened the folder again. My eyes moved over transfer records, email chains, meeting summaries, and handwritten notes scanned into black and white copies. Each page made the room colder. Victor had not just been pressuring trustees. He had been paying them. Not all of them, but enough. Enough to influence reports. Enough to twist findings. Enough to ensure that no matter what Lena and I did, the trust could still declare our marriage invalid. I looked up. "Where did you get this?" Marissa swallowed. "Natalie." Lena's head lifted. "Natalie gave this to you." Marissa nodded quickly. "She found part of it after the dinner. Victor was careless. He thought she was still angry enough at Caleb to help him." Natalie Vale. Perfect, elegant, composed Natalie. Apparently also capable of stealing evidence from a snake while wearing diamonds. Lena blinked. I knew I liked her. Marissa let out a shaky laugh that immediately turned into something close to a sob. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come here. Natalie told me to take it to an attorney, but Victor's people were watching her apartment. She said if anything happened, I should come to you. My hand tightened around the folder. Where is Natalie now? Marissa's face went pale. I don't know. The room went silent. Lena went still beside me. What do you mean you don't know? She asked. Marissa's voice dropped. She called me from her car 20 minutes ago. She said she thought someone was following her. Then the call cut off. I looked at Mr. Whitmore. He was already moving. I'll contact security. Do it, I said. Marissa gripped the edge of the sofa. Victor wouldn't hurt her, would he? No one answered fast enough. That was answer enough. Within 10 minutes, my house stopped being a home and became a command center. Mr. Whitmore made calls with the crisp efficiency of a man who had been waiting decades for someone to finally give him permission to handle rich people like criminals. Marissa sat at the dining table with tea she did not drink. Lena sat beside her, one hand resting near hers but not touching, offering comfort without forcing it. I stood by the window, phone pressed to my ear, speaking to my attorney. No, I said, not tomorrow, tonight. I want an injunction ready before Victor breathes again. My attorney, Graham Ellis, sighed on the other end. Caleb, I need you to understand something. If these documents are legitimate, this is not just a trust dispute. This is bribery, conspiracy, fiduciary misconduct. I know what it is. Then you also know we cannot just storm into the trust office waving papers like a family melodrama. I looked across the room at Lena, who was now trying to persuade Duchess Pancake not to lick Marissa's teacup. We passed family melodrama 3 exits ago. Graham paused. Fair. I lowered my voice. I need the documents authenticated, quietly, fast. I can start tonight. And Natalie Vale may be in danger. That changed his tone. I'll call a private investigator I trust. Call 2. Caleb Graham. He sighed again. I'll call 2. I ended the call. When I turned around, Lena was watching me. What? You're doing the cold voice. I have several voices. This one makes people update passwords. That's the goal. She stood and came closer. Caleb. I looked at her. Her expression was calm, but there was fear underneath it. Not for herself. For Natalie. For Marissa. For us. For whatever Victor would do now that cornering us had failed. We need to find her, Lena said. We will. You always say things like that. Because I mean them. No, she said softly. Because if you say it confidently enough, people believe you, but I need to know what happens if we don't. The question cut through me. I looked at Marissa, pale and shaking at the table. Then at the folder in my hand. Then back at Lena. If we don't find Natalie before Victor realizes Marissa brought us this evidence, he'll try to discredit her. Marissa. Yes, he'll say she stole documents, fabricated records, misunderstood family business. Marissa looked up from the table. I didn't fabricate anything. I know, I said. Her eyes filled with tears. Lena went back to her immediately. I believe you, she said. Marissa looked at Lena like those 3 words were the only solid thing left in the room. Duchess Pancake climbed fully into Marissa's lap. Marissa finally cried. By 9 that night, we had a plan. It was not a good plan. Lena called it a suspicious plan wearing shoes. Mr. Whitmore called it improvised but serviceable. I called it better than waiting. The trust office was hosting a closed emergency session the next morning at 9. Victor had pushed for it after the domestic inspection, likely intending to activate whatever corrupted votes he had arranged. If we waited, he could bury the evidence. If we acted too early, he could deny everything and scatter his allies. So we needed him to commit. Publicly, in front of the full trust board. Then we would spring the trap. There was only one problem. Victor had barred me and Lena from the meeting. He can't do that, Lena said. He already did. Legally. Technically, the trustees can restrict attendance. That sounds like rich nonsense. It is rich nonsense. She crossed her arms. So how do we get in? Mr. Whitmore placed a folder on the table. I may have a solution. I looked at him. That sentence from that man had weight. He opened the folder and removed 3 laminated badges. Lena leaned in. Her eyes narrowed. Are those catering badges? Yes. I stared at him. Whitmore. The trust meeting includes breakfast service. You want us to sneak into a trust meeting as caterers? No, he said calmly. I want Mrs. Hart to sneak into the trust meeting as a caterer. Lena pointed at herself. Me? Yes. Yes. No. I dropped whipped cream on television. Exactly. That is not a qualification. It makes you believable. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. I hate that this makes sense. Mr. Whitmore turned to me. You cannot enter disguised, too recognizable. I frowned. And Lena is. Mrs. Hart is publicly recognized in formal settings, less so in a food service cap. Lena looked offended. Are you saying I have a forgettable face in a hat? I am saying Victor underestimates people he considers beneath notice. That silenced the room. Lena's expression changed. Slowly, thoughtfully. Then she reached for the badge. What do I have to do? I immediately said no. She turned to me. Caleb. Yes. No. Absolutely not. Why? Because Victor is dangerous. So am I. You once apologized to a plant. Fernanda deserved respect. This is not a joke. I know, her voice softened. That's why I'm going. I stepped closer. Lena, no, she held up one hand. You don't get to decide this for me. I stopped. Her eyes were steady. This started with you saving my mother, then your family testing me, then Victor trying to make me feel small. I have been embarrassed, inspected, compared, questioned, and nearly defeated by a birdhouse. That birdhouse was our finest hour. Not the point. Right. She took a breath. If Victor overlooks me because he thinks I'm just the awkward wife, then let him. I can use that. I stared at her. There was no panic in her face now. No trembling. No shrinking. The woman who had once come to my apartment, barely able to say Ava's lines, was gone. In her place stood someone who had learned the rules only so she could break them better. I hated it. I admired it. I stopped the thought before it finished. Barely. What's the objective? Lena asked Mr. Whitmore. He slid a small device across the table. A recording pen. Place it near Victor during the meeting. If he says anything confirming influence over the trustees, we have direct evidence. Lena picked it up. And if he does? Then we still have Marissa's documents. And if he catches me? I said he won't. She looked at me. I corrected myself. If he does, I'll be outside. Mr. Whitmore added, so will security. Marissa wiped her eyes. I'll help too. Everyone looked at her. She straightened, though her face was still pale. Natalie risked herself for this. I'm not hiding. Lena reached across the table and covered her hand. Okay, she said, then we do it together. At 8:12 the next morning, Lena walked into the Hart Trust building wearing black slacks, a white button-up shirt, a navy catering vest, and a cap pulled low over her forehead. She hated the cap. Not because it looked bad. Because, according to her, it made her head look suspiciously round. I was parked half a block away in a black SUV, with Mr. Whitmore beside me and 2 security cars nearby. Marissa sat in the back seat, clutching her phone. Duchess Pancake was not supposed to be there. Naturally, she was there. She sat in Marissa's lap, wearing a tiny harness and looking prepared for espionage. I checked my watch. She's inside. Mr. Whitmore nodded. She'll be fine. I looked at him. You don't know that. No, he said, but Mrs. Hart has a rare talent. For what? Surviving rooms designed to defeat her. I said nothing. Because he was right. Inside the building, Lena later told me, everything smelled like expensive carpet and old decisions. She followed 2 real caterers into a service elevator while holding a tray of croissants. A tray of croissants. Our entire future, balanced on baked goods. She kept her head down. No one looked twice. That was the first insult and the first advantage. The meeting room was on the 21st floor. Long table. Glass walls. Coffee station near the back. Trustees arranged in leather chairs. Victor at the far end, smiling like a man who owned the oxygen. Mrs. Bell was present. Harold Finch was present. 2 trustees I barely knew. And 3 others whose names appeared in Marissa's documents. The compromised ones. Lena moved silently to the coffee station. Or what she believed was silently. In reality, she bumped the doorframe with the tray. Every head turned. She froze. Victor glanced over. His gaze passed across her face. Paused. For one terrifying second, she thought he recognized her. Then he looked away. Careful, he snapped. Lena bowed her head. Yes, sir. Later she admitted she almost said, sorry, recurring problem. Thankfully, survival instincts won. Barely. She placed the croissants down. Then moved toward the sideboard behind Victor's chair. The recording pen was tucked in her sleeve. All she had to do was drop it into the cup of pens near the legal pads. Simple. Except nothing involving Lena and small objects had ever been simple. She reached. The pen slipped. Bounced off the edge of the table. Rolled. And disappeared beneath Victor's chair. Lena stared at the floor. The universe apparently hated us. Victor began speaking. As I was saying, the domestic inspection was sentimental nonsense. We all know what this marriage is. Lena crouched slowly, pretending to adjust a loose napkin. Her fingertips brushed the pen. Not close enough. Victor shifted his foot. The heel of his shoe came down half an inch from her hand. She froze. Mrs. Bell, Victor continued, some people are easily swayed by performance. Tears, dogs, crooked birdhouses. Lena's hand stopped moving. How dare he insult the birdhouse? Mrs. Bell's voice was cool. The inspection results were clear. Clear, Victor laughed softly. Harold, tell her. Harold Finch said nothing. Victor's tone sharpened. Harold. A pause. Then Harold said carefully, I reported what I observed. Victor leaned back. You reported what you were told to report. The room went silent. Lena's eyes widened. The pen was recording. If only she could reach it. One of the compromised trustees cleared his throat. Victor. No, Victor snapped. I am tired of this farce. We had an arrangement. The marriage was to be found insufficient. The girl's background, the sudden wedding, the inconsistencies, any of it would have worked if certain people had not become sentimental. Lena's fingers closed around the pen. Her heart, she later said, tried to exit through her throat. Mrs. Bell stood. Mr. Hart, what arrangement? Victor realized his mistake. Too late. Lena rose quickly. Too quickly. Her shoulder hit the table. The croissant tray tipped. Croissants slid across polished wood like buttery little traders. One landed directly in front of Victor. Everyone turned. Lena froze. Victor looked at her. Really looked. His eyes narrowed. Slow recognition spread across his face. You. Lena straightened. For 1 second, she seemed ready to panic. Then she picked up the croissant in front of him and placed it neatly on a napkin. Breakfast service, she said. Victor shot to his feet. That is Lena Hart. Chaos erupted. Mrs. Bell gasped. Harold stood. One trustee cursed. Lena turned and ran. In the SUV, my phone buzzed. One word from Lena. Running. I was out of the car before Mr. Whitmore could say my name. The trust building doors burst open seconds later. Lena came flying down the steps, cap crooked, vest half unbuttoned, clutching the recording pen in one hand. Behind her, a security guard shouted. Behind him came Victor. And behind Victor came Mrs. Bell, looking furious enough to dissolve steel. Lena saw me. Drive. I caught her by the shoulders. You got it. She held up the pen. In croissant trauma. Victor stopped at the top of the steps. His face was red with rage. You think this proves anything? He shouted. Mrs. Bell turned on him. It proves enough. Victor looked at her. Then at the trustees gathering behind her. Then at me. For the first time, his confidence cracked. Not vanished. Cracked. That was enough. I stepped forward. Victor, you're done. He laughed. But it sounded wrong. Too sharp. Too thin. You have no idea what done looks like. Then his eyes moved to Lena. Something ugly entered his expression. You should have stayed invisible. I moved before I thought. One step forward. Lena grabbed my sleeve. No. Her voice was quiet. Firm. I stopped. She stepped beside me. Not behind. Beside. That's your problem, Victor, she said. You keep confusing invisible with underestimated. Mrs. Bell descended the steps slowly. Mr. Hart, pending legal review, you are suspended from all trust proceedings. Victor stared at her. You don't have the authority. Harold Finch stepped forward. We do. Victor's face twisted. You spineless, careful, I said. Victor looked at me with pure hatred. Then he straightened his jacket. The mask returned, but badly. Wrinkled at the edges. This family will regret humiliating me. Lena tilted her head. I think the family is getting used to it. Marissa from the SUV whispered, Oh my gosh. Duchess Pancake barked like she agreed. Victor looked toward the sound. His gaze landed on Marissa. His expression changed. Cold recognition. Marissa shrank back. I saw it. So did Lena. Victor smiled. Not at me. At Marissa. Then he turned and walked away. The victory froze in my chest. Because that smile meant one thing. He had already chosen his next target. Back at the house, we played the recording. Twice. Then a third time for Graham Ellis, who arrived with 2 associates, 3 legal pads, and the satisfied expression of a man watching someone hand him a loaded cannon. This is very bad for Victor, Graham said. Lena sat on the sofa, still wearing the catering vest. How bad? Professionally devastating, potentially criminal. She nodded. Good. I looked at her. You okay? No. Good answer. She leaned back and closed her eyes. I ran down 21 floors in shoe designed for standing near sandwiches. You took the stairs. The elevator was too slow. You could have been caught. I was caught. More caught. She opened one eye. That is not a category. Marissa sat nearby, wrapped in a blanket, Duchess Pancake asleep beside her. What happens now? She asked. Graham's expression sobered. We protect you first. Victor saw you, he knows. Marissa swallowed. Lena immediately sat up. She stays here. I looked at her. She looked back. There was no question in her face. Only decision. I nodded. She stays here. Mr. Whitmore appeared from the hall. I'll prepare a guest room. Marissa's eyes filled again. I don't want to put you in danger. Lena reached for her hand. Too late, we live here. Danger forwards its mail. Despite everything, Marissa laughed. A small sound. But real. That night, after Graham left and security doubled around the house, I found Lena in the kitchen. She had changed into sweatpants and one of my old sweaters. The catering vest was draped over a chair like a defeated flag. She stood at the counter making tea. Badly. 2 mugs. 3 tea bags. A honey jar with the lid stuck. I watched from the doorway. You know, I said, most spies don't return from missions and immediately fight honey. She didn't turn around. Most spies have better equipment. I walked over and opened the jar for her. She took it without comment. Her hands were still shaking. I noticed. So did she. I'm fine, she said. I didn't ask. You were about to. No. She looked at me. Yes, you were. I leaned against the counter. Fine, are you okay? No. The honesty hit softer this time. She poured honey into both mugs. Too much. Neither of us mentioned it. I was scared, she said, when he recognized me. I know. And when he looked at Marissa, her voice changed. Caleb, he's not just angry, he's cornered. Yes. Cornered people do stupid things. Victor does calculated things. That's worse. I nodded. She looked down at the mugs. I don't want anyone else getting hurt because of us. Because of him, I corrected. She shook her head. That's not how guilt works. The kitchen went quiet. I reached out and gently took her shaking hand. She let me. You were brave today, I said. She laughed once weakly. I almost lost the evidence under a chair. But you didn't. I assaulted a trust meeting with croissants. Strategic pastry deployment. She smiled despite herself. Then her eyes filled. I'm tired, Caleb. I pulled her into my arms before I could talk myself out of it. She stiffened for half a heartbeat, then folded into me. Not performatively, not carefully, completely. I held her there in the quiet kitchen while the tea cooled and the house settled around us. Her forehead rested against my chest. My hand moved once over her hair. "You don't have to be brave tonight," I said. Her voice was muffled against my sweater. "Good, because I'm out. We'll rest. And tomorrow." I looked toward the dark windows, toward the locked gates beyond them, toward the war Victor had dragged into our house. "Tomorrow," I said, "we finish this." She pulled back just enough to look up at me. Her eyes were tired, soft, trusting, dangerous. "Together." I touched her cheek lightly. "Together." For one breath, neither of us moved. Then somewhere in the hall, Duchess Pancake barked. Marissa screamed. Mr. Whitmore shouted, "She has found the croissants." Lena closed her eyes. "I forgot I brought them home." I stared at her. "You stole evidence and pastries." "They were abandoned. They were catering property. They were emotionally mine." I laughed. I couldn't help it. She laughed too, leaning into me again, and for one fragile moment, even with Victor still out there and danger closing in, the house felt warm. Real. Ours. But outside, beyond the gates, a black car sat under the trees with its lights off. And inside it, Victor Hart watched the house. Waiting. At 2:13 in the morning, Duchess Pancake saved our lives. Possibly. Or she saw a squirrel. With Duchess, motives were always unclear. I woke to the sound of furious barking in the hallway, not her usual spoiled little yap when someone moved a chair without consulting her. This was sharp, repeated, angry. Beside me, Lena shot upright. "What happened?" I was already out of bed. "Stay here." She threw off the blanket. "Absolutely not." "Lena." "Caleb." "This is not the time." "You say that like I have ever respected timing." Before I could stop her, she grabbed the nearest object from the nightstand. It was a hairbrush. I stared at it. "That's your weapon. It has a pointed end. That is not reassuring. It's more than you're holding." "Fair." I grabbed the heavy brass candlestick from the dresser. Lena looked at it. "Very Gothic." "Focus." We opened the bedroom door. The hallway was dark except for the soft glow of the security lights outside. Duchess Pancake stood at the top of the stairs, tiny body rigid, barking toward the foyer. From downstairs came a sound. Soft. Metallic. A scrape against glass. Lena's hand closed around my sleeve. "You heard that right?" "Yes." "Good. I was hoping I had developed stress ghosts." I handed her my phone. "Call Whitmore." She nodded and dialed while I moved toward the stairs. "Mr. Whitmore," she whispered into the phone, "there is either an intruder or Duchess has declared war on architecture." A pause. Then her face changed. "He's already on his way." Of course he was. The man probably slept in a suit beside a drawer labeled emergency judgment. We descended slowly. Halfway down, Duchess Pancake bolted past us, barking like she had been personally insulted by crime. "Duchess," Lena hissed. The dog ignored her completely. Traitor. Or hero. Again unclear. At the bottom of the stairs, a shadow moved near the study door. I froze. Lena collided softly with my back. "What?" she whispered. I lifted one hand. The shadow shifted. Then the study door opened. A figure stepped out. Lena inhaled sharply. I raised the candlestick. Don't move. The figure froze. Then a trembling voice said, Please don't hit me with that. Marissa. Lena lowered the hairbrush. Oh my gosh. I flicked on the hall light. Marissa Vale stood barefoot in the foyer wearing borrowed pajamas, her face pale and tear-streaked. Duchess Pancake sat beside her foot, still growling toward the front windows. I lowered the candlestick. Marissa, what are you doing? She clutched a folder to her chest. I heard something outside, then I saw headlights by the gate. Lena moved to her immediately. Are you hurt? Marissa shook her head. No, but I couldn't sleep. I went into the study because I remembered something Natalie told me. I frowned. What? Marissa held out the folder. Natalie said if Victor ever got desperate, he wouldn't just attack your marriage. He'd attack the thing that made people believe in it. Lena went still. The foundation fund, she said. Marissa nodded. I think he's going after the hospital project. The front porch lights suddenly flashed on. Mr. Whitmore's voice came through the hall speaker. Security has confirmed a vehicle outside the west gate. Lena's fingers tightened around Marissa's shoulder. I looked toward the dark windows. Who? A brief pause. Then Whitmore said, The plates are obscured, but the vehicle matches one registered to a shell company connected to Victor Hart. The house went silent. Then Duchess Pancake barked once. Appropriately. By 2:40 a.m. the police had been called. Security had swept the grounds, and the strange car had disappeared. No break-in. No damage. No proof beyond camera footage of a black sedan, lingering outside our gate for nearly 12 minutes. Victor was testing us, reminding us he could still reach the edges of our life. Lena sat at the kitchen island with Marissa beside her, both wrapped in blankets. Duchess Pancake had positioned herself between them like a furry security chief. Mr. Whitmore placed tea in front of everyone. Lena stared at hers. I'm starting to resent tea. It is not tea's fault, Mr. Whitmore said. It keeps appearing during crises. That is because crises are frequent. She considered that. Fair. I stood near the counter, reviewing the folder Marissa had brought from the study. What am I looking at? Marissa rubbed her hands together. Natalie kept notes, not official evidence, just things Victor said around her, things she thought were strange. Lena leaned forward. Like what? Marissa flipped to a marked page. Victor mentioned someone named Daniel Cross. Mr. Whitmore's expression sharpened. I noticed. Whitmore. He set down the teapot slowly. Daniel Cross is the director of development at Mercy General. Lena's face went pale. The hospital. Yes. My jaw tightened. Victor had moved exactly where Marissa feared. He's going after the partnership, I said. Marissa nodded quickly. Natalie wrote that Victor said, if the girl wants to build her reputation on hospital sympathy, then let the hospital become the scandal. Lena stared at the page. For once, no joke came. That scared me more than the car outside. I reached for the folder. What else? Marissa turned another page. There are notes about a donation account, something about redirected funds. I don't understand it. I did. Unfortunately. I looked at Mr. Whitmore. Victor is going to make it look like the Hart Family Care Fund mishandled donor money. Lena stood so fast her blanket fell from her shoulders. What? He'll create a financial irregularity, I said. Something connected to Mercy General or the fund. then he'll leak it. To ruin the project, she whispered. And you, I said. Her eyes widened. The attack was elegant, in the ugliest way. If Victor could not prove Lena was a fraud as my wife, he would prove she was a fraud as a philanthropist. The awkward wife could become a charming underdog. But a woman accused of misusing hospital donations, that would destroy her. The fund, her credibility, our marriage, everything. Lena slowly sat back down. No. I looked at her. She lifted her head. Her eyes were wet but fierce. No, she repeated, he does not get this. Something in my chest tightened. There she was. The woman who had faced my family over dinner. The woman who had fought a piping bag and won public affection. The woman who had infiltrated a trust meeting with croissants. Scared, yes. But standing. Always standing. What do you want to do? I asked. She looked at me. Then at Marissa. Then at Whitmore. We find Daniel Cross before Victor uses him. We did not sleep. By 6:00 a.m., Graham Ellis was on the phone. By 6:30, Mr. Whitmore had pulled every public record connected to Daniel Cross. By 7:15, Marissa had called Natalie 12 times with no answer. By 8:00, Lena had changed into jeans, a sweater, and the focused expression of a woman about to do something unreasonable. No, I said immediately. She looked up from tying her shoe. You don't even know what I'm going to say. You want to go to Mercy General? Yes. No. Caleb. Lena. This is my project. It's our problem. Exactly. So stop trying to lock me in the house like decorative anxiety. I pinched the bridge of my nose. You are not decorative anxiety. Thank you. You are operational anxiety. That feels worse. It is. She stood. Daniel Cross works with the hospital. Dr. Ross trusts me. If I go, she'll talk to me. And if Victor has people watching. She pointed at Duchess Pancake. We bring security. That is a dog. She has instincts. She ate my cufflink. Expensive instincts. Mr. Whitmore entered with his coat already buttoned. I'll accompany Mrs. Hart. I turned to him. You too. With respect, sir, Mrs. Hart is correct. Dr. Ross may speak more freely to her than to lawyers. Lena crossed her arms. See. I looked between them. Then at Marissa, who raised her hand weakly. I also think she should go. I stared at all three of them. This is a coup. Lena smiled faintly. A loving one. That word landed strangely. Loving. She seemed to realize it at the same moment. Her smile faltered. Neither of us said anything. Then I grabbed my coat. Fine, we all go. Mercy General was already crowded when we arrived. Hospitals had a way of making time feel heavy. People moved through the lobby carrying flowers, coffee cups, paperwork, fear. A child slept against his father's shoulder near the elevators. An elderly woman argued softly with a billing clerk. A nurse rushed past us with a tablet in one hand and a granola bar in the other. Lena stopped near the entrance. Her face changed. I knew this place meant more to her than she had ever said. This was where her mother had almost died. This was where fear had cornered her. This was where our arrangement had begun. I touched her hand. You okay? She nodded, then shook her head, then nodded again. Complicated. Good answer. She looked at me and smiled weakly. Dr. Amelia Ross, met us near the surgical wing 15 minutes later. She was in blue scrubs, hair pulled back, expression tired but kind. "Lena," she said warmly. Lena stepped forward. "Dr. Ross, I'm sorry to bother you." "You're not bothering me." Dr. Ross's gaze moved to me, then to Mr. Whitmore, then to the security guard standing discreetly near the elevator. "Though this looks like more than a courtesy visit." "It is," I said. Lena took a breath. "Do you know Daniel Cross?" Dr. Ross's expression cooled. "Yes." "Is something wrong with him?" Dr. Ross hesitated. That was enough. Lena saw it too. "Please," she said, "Victor Hart may be using him to damage the fund." Dr. Ross looked around, then lowered her voice. "Come with me." She led us to a small consultation room. No windows. One table. 4 chairs. A box of tissues. Hospitals always knew when tissues might be needed. Dr. Ross shut the door. "Daniel Cross has been pushing for the Hart Fund donations to be routed through a third-party administrative account." My stomach sank. "Why?" "He claimed it would simplify reporting." Mr. Whitmore's jaw tightened. "That would create a vulnerable transfer point." Dr. Ross nodded. I said no. Lena exhaled. "Thank God." "But the hospital board has not officially rejected it yet," Dr. Ross added. "There is a meeting tomorrow." I looked at her. "Who proposed the third-party administrator?" Dr. Ross looked uncomfortable. "Daniel did." "And who recommended them to Daniel?" She hesitated. Lena leaned forward. "Dr. Ross." The doctor sighed. "Victor Hart." There it was. Clear. Direct. Ugly. Lena sat back. He was going to move donor money somewhere he controlled, then blame the fund when it disappeared. Or appeared irregular, I said. He wouldn't need to actually steal it, just create enough confusion for a scandal. Dr. Ross nodded grimly. I was concerned, but I didn't have proof of misconduct. A knock sounded at the door. Everyone froze. Dr. Ross frowned. I asked not to be disturbed. The door opened before she could answer. A man in a charcoal suit stepped inside. Mid-40s. Clean haircut. Polished shoes. A name badge clipped to his jacket. Daniel Cross. His gaze flicked over the room. Dr. Ross stood. "Daniel." He smiled. "Amelia, I heard Mrs. Hart was visiting." Lena's spine straightened. His eyes moved to her. "Mrs. Hart," he said, "it's an honor. Your presentation was very moving." Lena smiled politely. "Thank you." "And Mr. Hart," his smile widened by a millimeter, "unexpected." I said nothing. Daniel stepped farther into the room. "I hope there isn't a problem." Dr. Ross folded her arms. "We were discussing the third-party administrator you proposed." "Ah," he laughed lightly, "a boring administrative matter." "Boring things are where people hide knives," Lena said. Daniel blinked. I looked at her. She gave the slightest shrug. He recovered quickly. "I assure you, the proposal is standard." "Then you won't mind if we review the ownership structure," I said. His smile thinned. "Of course not." Mr. Whitmore handed me his tablet. He had already pulled corporate records, because apparently the man had supernatural paperwork instincts. I looked at the screen. The third-party administrator was called Northbridge Civic Solutions. On paper, independent. In reality, one of its shell owners connected to a private equity group. That private equity group connected to another holding company. and that holding company had received consulting payments from. I looked up. Daniel Cross. Daniel saw my expression. His face remained calm. Too calm. Lena noticed. "You're not surprised," she said. He looked at her. "I beg your pardon. You're not confused, you're calculating." His eyes sharpened. For the first time, the polite mask slipped. "Just a little. Mrs. Hart, hospital finance is complicated. I wouldn't expect you to understand every—" "Stop," she said. The room went silent. Daniel blinked. Lena stood. "Do not talk to me like that." His jaw tightened. "I meant no offense." "Yes, you did. You just expected me to be too embarrassed to call it out." I watched her. Proud. Furious. Completely hers. Lena stepped closer to the table. "I may not understand every hospital finance procedure, but I understand fear. I understand bills. I understand what families lose when people in nice suits move money around like consequences are theoretical." Daniel's lips pressed together. "And I understand one more thing," she said. "What is that?" Lena looked at Mr. Whitmore. He tapped his tablet once. Lena smiled. "That Caleb's lawyers are much faster than you expected." Daniel's phone buzzed. Then buzzed again. Then again. His face changed as he looked down. Graham Ellis had frozen Northbridge's involvement pending legal review. A formal notice had been sent to Mercy General's board. The Hart Foundation had suspended all fund transfers until a forensic audit cleared every route. And Daniel Cross had just lost the room. Dr. Ross looked at him with disgust. "Daniel," she said quietly, "what did you do?" His mask cracked. "I protected the hospital." "No," I said, "you protected yourself." Daniel's eyes flicked toward the door. My security guard stepped into view. Not blocking him. Just existing. That was enough. Daniel slowly lowered his phone. "I want an attorney." "Good idea," Lena said. Then, because she was Lena, she added, "Maybe ask for one who understands boring administrative knives." By noon, Daniel Cross had been placed on immediate leave. By 1, Mercy General's board had suspended the third-party administrator proposal. By 2, Graham had enough evidence to connect Victor to the scheme's introduction. By 3, the story had not leaked. That was important. For once, we were ahead of Victor. Almost. We returned home exhausted but victorious. Lena stepped into the foyer, kicked off her shoes, and immediately leaned against the wall. "I need to sit down dramatically." I pointed to the living room. "Sofa." "No, the floor has a stronger statement." She slid down the wall until she was seated on the marble. Duchess Pancake trotted over and sat beside her. Mr. Whitmore removed his gloves. "I'll prepare tea." Lena lifted one hand. "No tea." He paused. "Coffee." "No crisis beverages." "Water." She considered. "Acceptable." I crouched in front of her. "You did well today." She looked at me through tired eyes. "You keep saying that." "Because you keep doing well." She smiled faintly. "Daniel was awful." "Yes." "Victor is worse." "Yes." "Are we winning?" I looked at her. Then toward the study, where the evidence against Victor was growing by the hour. "Yes," I said, "but he knows it now." Her smile faded. Before she could answer, Marissa appeared at the top of the stairs. Her face was white. "Caleb." We both looked up. She held her phone in one trembling hand. "Natalie called." Lena stood quickly. Is she okay? Marissa shook her head, tears spilling over. She wouldn't say where she was. She sounded scared. My chest tightened. What did she say? Marissa came down the stairs slowly. She said Victor knows she helped us. Silence. Marissa swallowed. And she said if anything happens tonight, we need to look at the Old Hart boathouse. I went cold. The Old Hart boathouse had been abandoned for years. Hidden below the family estate near the river. Remote. Private. Perfect for secrets. Lena looked at me. Caleb. I was already reaching for my keys. Mr. Whitmore stepped into the foyer with a glass of water. He took one look at my face and set it down. Security. All of them, I said. Lena grabbed her coat. No, I said immediately. Yes, she said. This is different. I know. That's why you're staying. No. Lena, she stepped close, eyes blazing. If Natalie is in danger because she helped us, I am not sitting here drinking acceptable water. I stared at her. Then at Marissa. Then at Mr. Whitmore. This time, no one tried to stop her. Maybe because they knew they couldn't. Maybe because none of us wanted to. I exhaled. Fine, but you stay beside me. Lena lifted her chin. Where else would I be? The answer hit me harder than it should have. Together, we stepped out into the cold evening. Toward the river. Toward the boathouse. Toward Victor's final mistake. The Old Hart boathouse sat below the estate like a secret. The river had tried to drown and failed. It was built into the slope beneath the family grounds, half hidden by cypress trees and crawling ivy. Years ago, my grandfather had kept polished wooden boats there, the kind rich men bought when they wanted to look adventurous without ever being uncomfortable. Now the place was abandoned. Dark. Rotting. Perfectly Victor. The SUV rolled down the narrow service road with its headlights off. Behind us, 2 security vehicles followed at a distance. Lena sat beside me, hands clasped tightly in her lap. She had been quiet the whole drive. That scared me. Lena quiet was never good. Lena quiet meant she was either terrified, thinking, or planning something that would eventually require legal counsel. You okay? I asked. No. Good answer. She glanced at me. I hate that you've made that comforting. I'm growing. You're still emotionally suspicious. Also true. One corner of her mouth lifted, but it vanished quickly when the boathouse came into view. Marissa inhaled sharply from the back seat. That's it. I stopped the car behind a line of trees. Mr. Whitmore, who had absolutely refused to stay behind, lowered a pair of binoculars from the passenger seat of the security car behind us and approached my window. There's one vehicle near the side entrance, he said. Victor. Likely. Any movement. One guard outside, possibly another near the dock. Lena looked at him. Possibly. The fog is inconvenient. Can we file a complaint? Against weather. It's rich family fog. It probably has a board. Even now, standing on the edge of something dangerous, she managed to make my chest loosen. I turned to security. No one moves until we confirm Natalie is inside. Marissa leaned forward. How do we confirm that? Before I could answer, Lena pointed. There. A faint light flickered behind one of the boathouse windows. Once. Twice. Then 3 times. Marissa grabbed the back of my seat. That's Natalie. I looked at her. How do you know? When we were kids, If she wanted me to sneak out without our parents knowing, she'd flash her bedroom lamp 3 times. Lena stared. That is weirdly wholesome for an emergency signal. Marissa's eyes filled. She's alive. For now. I opened my door. Lena opened hers at the same time. No, I said. Yes, she said. Lena. Caleb. We discussed this. You discussed this. I listened disrespectfully. Mr. Whitmore cleared his throat. If I may, sir, this argument is time-sensitive. I looked at him. He looked back calmly. Traitor. Lena stepped closer to me. I'm not running in first, she said. I'm not trying to be reckless. That is new. I'm evolving too, her voice softened. But Natalie helped us. Marissa is here because of her, and Victor is targeting anyone who stands near us, so I'm standing. There was no moving her. I hated that. I loved that. I hated that too. Fine, I said, but you stay behind me. She nodded, then immediately stepped beside me. I looked at her. She whispered, emotionally behind you. The plan lasted 47 seconds, which honestly was longer than most plans involving Lena. 2 security officers moved toward the side entrance, silent and professional. Mr. Whitmore guided Marissa behind the second SUV. I moved with Lena through the trees toward the back wall of the boathouse. Then Duchess Pancake barked from inside Marissa's coat. I froze. Everyone froze. Lena slowly turned around. Marissa looked guilty. The coat moved. Then Duchess Pancake's tiny white head emerged from the collar. I stared at her. You brought the dog. Marissa whispered, she got in the car. Lena whispered, she's emotionally invested. I whispered, she is a liability with fur. Duchess barked again. Inside the boathouse, a man shouted. What was that? So much for stealth. Move, I said. The side guard turned right as our security team reached him. There was a brief struggle. A grunt. A thud. Then the guard was down. From inside, another man yelled. The light snapped on. The boathouse filled with harsh yellow glare. And Victor Hart's voice rang out. Caleb, I know you're there. Lena muttered, of course he does. Evil people are so dramatic. I stepped into the open. Victor stood on the upper dock platform inside the boathouse, visible through the broken side doors. He wore a dark overcoat, leather gloves, and the calm expression of a man who had prepared a speech. Natalie sat tied to a chair near the center of the room. Her hair was loose. Her face was pale, but her chin was lifted. Even tied to a chair, Natalie Vale looked disappointed in everyone's manners. Natalie, Marissa cried from behind us. Natalie's head snapped toward the sound. Marissa, stay back. Victor smiled. Touching. I stepped forward. Let her go. Eventually. Now. Victor sighed. You always did confuse command with strategy. Lena stepped beside me. And you confuse villain monologues with personality. Victor's eyes shifted to her. His smile thinned. Mrs. Hart, of course. Lena lifted a hand. Recurring problem. Even Natalie, tied to a chair, blinked like she was about to laugh. Victor's jaw tightened. You think this is funny? No, Lena said. I think you are. The situation is horrifying. I placed one hand lightly in front of her. Not to silence her. To remind her we were standing in front of a desperate man. Victor noticed. Still protecting her. Yes. How sentimental. How predictable, Lena said. Victor's eyes flashed. Good. Bad. Both. Inside the boathouse, the river slapped against the lower pilings. Cold wind slipped through broken boards. The whole structure groaned softly, as if it wanted nothing to do with any of us. Victor looked at me. You should have accepted defeat gracefully. You should have committed fewer crimes. I committed strategy. That defense rarely works in court. His mouth curved. You think this ends in court? Security moved near the side. Victor lifted one hand. A second guard emerged from behind a support beam, placing one hand on Natalie's shoulder. Marissa gasped. I froze. Victor's smile returned. There, now everyone behaves. Lena's fingers brushed mine. A warning. A reminder. Don't explode. Not yet. Victor looked toward Marissa. You've caused a great deal of trouble, little Vale. Marissa trembled, but she stepped forward anyway. Natalie trusted you. Victor laughed softly. Natalie outgrew usefulness. Natalie lifted her head. You always were a small man in expensive coats. Victor's face changed. A flicker. A crack. Natalie smiled faintly. Oh, that one landed. Lena whispered, I really do like her. I whispered back, focus. Victor snapped, enough. The guard tightened his grip on Natalie's chair. Victor looked at me again. Here is what happens now. You hand over every document Marissa stole. You destroy the recording from the trust meeting. You withdraw all claims against me. In exchange, Natalie walks out. No, Natalie said immediately. Victor ignored her. You will also agree to a private settlement, stating that your marriage failed the observation period voluntarily. Lena blinked. Voluntarily. Victor smiled. The marriage collapses. Caleb loses claim to the trust control. I regain board influence. Everyone avoids scandal. I stared at him. You kidnapped Natalie for a paperwork reset. Lena looked at me. That is somehow both terrifying and extremely on brand. Victor's eyes narrowed. This is not a joke. No, I said coldly, it's pathetic. His face darkened. You think you've won because a few trustees got nervous, because your little wife charmed donors with hospital tears. Lena went still. I felt it. The shift. The wound. The anger. Victor continued, voice turning sharper. She is not one of us. She will never be one of us. The only reason anyone applauded her is because people enjoy a sob story when served with lunch. I moved forward. Lena caught my wrist. This time she did stop me. Then she stepped ahead. Victor. He looked at her. She smiled. Not sweetly. Not nervously. Dangerously. You keep saying I'm not one of you like it's supposed to hurt my feelings. He scoffed. You should be humiliated. I was, she said. That silenced him. Everyone. Even the river seemed quieter. Lena continued. I was humiliated when I first walked into Caleb's house because I thought desperation made me small. I was humiliated at your dinners, your inspections, your tests, because every room was designed to remind me I didn't belong. Her voice stayed steady. But then I realized something. Victor's eyes narrowed. This family doesn't need more people who belong. It needs people who can tell the truth without checking whether the silverware is correct. Natalie smiled. Marissa gave a shaky laugh through tears. Lena stepped closer. And the truth is, you are not protecting the Hart legacy. You are terrified Caleb can build something without you. You are terrified people like me can walk into your world and survive it. Victor's expression hardened into something ugly. Careful. No, Lena said. I am done being careful with people who mistake cruelty for class. For 1 second, Victor looked like he might strike her. I moved. So did security. But Victor stopped himself. Barely. He straightened, smoothed his coat. The mask returned. You gave a lovely speech, he said softly. Unfortunately, speeches don't untie hostages. No, Lena said. Then Duchess Pancake launched herself out of Marissa's coat. No one expected the dog. That was Duchess Pancake's greatest weapon. She hit the floor like a white blur and charged straight through the open boathouse door. Duchess, Lena shouted. The guard holding Natalie looked down. Mistake. Duchess Pancake sank her tiny teeth into his pant leg and growled like she had trained with wolves. The guard yelped. Natalie kicked backward. Hard. Her chair slammed into his knee. He stumbled. Security moved. Everything happened at once. I lunged forward. Victor shouted. Marissa screamed Natalie's name. Lena grabbed a loose coil of rope from the floor, and, for reasons known only to her and possibly the spirit of chaos, threw it at Victor. It did not restrain him. It did hit him directly in the face. He staggered back. Lena gasped. I didn't think that would work. It did, I shouted. It helped emotionally. Security tackled the second guard. I reached Natalie and cut the rope around her wrists with the emergency blade one of the officers tossed me. Natalie pulled free. Marissa ran to her. The sisters collided in a terrified hug. For half a second, relief hit me so hard I nearly lost balance. Then Victor bolted. Toward the lower dock. Toward a boat tied beneath the platform. Caleb, Lena shouted. I turned. Victor was already halfway down the staircase. I ran after him. So did Lena. Stay back, I shouted. You are wasting breath. The old wooden stairs shook beneath us. Victor reached the bottom and jumped onto the dock. The boat rocked violently. He fumbled with the rope. Victor, I shouted. He looked up. His face was wild now. No polish. No dignity. Only rage. You ruined everything. You did that yourself. He laughed. A broken, furious sound. My father built this family. My grandfather saved it from men like you. His hands shook as he tried to untie the boat. You think she loves you, he spat, looking past me at Lena. You think any of this is real. Lena stopped beside me, breathless. Victor pointed at her. She married you because she needed money. You bought her. That's all this ever was. The words hit. Hard. Because they were close enough to the beginning to hurt. Lena went pale. I turned toward her. But she was already stepping forward. Yes, she said. Victor blinked. Lena's voice trembled once, then steadied. Yes, I married Caleb because I needed help. Yes, there was a contract. Yes, it started as a deal. Victor's smile twisted. And there it is. But you know what you'll never understand, she asked. He stared. People can start in the wrong place and still become real. The river moved black behind him. The dock creaked. Lena looked at me then. Not Victor. Me. I did need him, she said softly. But somewhere along the way, I stopped needing the contract. My breath caught. Victor's face contorted. No. Lena kept looking at me. I stayed because the house felt like home, because he listened when I was scared, because he stood beside me when people tried to shrink me, because he is impossible, controlling, emotionally constipated. Lena. And somehow the safest person I know. The world narrowed. Her eyes were bright. And yes, she whispered, I love him. Everything stopped. The river. The wind. The war. Me. I forgot Victor was there. Forgot the evidence. Forgot the trust. Forgot every reason this had begun. I only saw Lena. Then Victor shouted and yanked the rope free. The boat lurched. The old dock groaned beneath his weight. I turned too late. The rotten plank under Victor's foot cracked. He dropped hard, one leg plunging through the broken wood. The boat drifted away from the dock. Victor grabbed the railing, shouting in pain. Help me! For one terrible moment, no one moved. This man had tried to destroy us. Destructively. Repeatedly. Cruelly. But he was still clutching broken wood over freezing river water. I stepped forward. Lena grabbed my arm, fear flashing across her face. Careful. I know. Security rushed down behind us. Together, we pulled Victor free and dragged him back onto the dock. He collapsed on the boards, breathing hard, face gray with pain and shock. The mask was gone completely now. He looked small. Old. Human in the worst possible way. Sirens sounded in the distance. Police. Finally. Victor looked up at me. His voice was hoarse. You should have let me fall. I stared down at him. No, I said, that's the difference between us. The arrests were not dramatic. Not after everything else. Victor was placed in handcuffs while sitting on the bottom step of the boathouse stairs, one pant leg torn, hair disheveled, face empty. The guards were taken separately. Natalie gave her statement wrapped in Lena's coat. Marissa refused to let go of her hand. Duchess Pancake sat proudly at Natalie's feet, still chewing a piece of the guard's pant leg like a trophy. A police officer stared at the dog. Is that yours? Lena and I looked at each other. Then both said, unfortunately. The officer nodded like that explained nothing. Mr. Whitmore arrived at the lower dock with his coat buttoned perfectly, despite the fact that we had just survived kidnapping, financial conspiracy, and tactical pastry aftermath. He surveyed the scene. His gaze landed on Duchess. Good girl. Duchess wagged her tail. Lena gasped. Did you just compliment her? Credit where it is due. I looked at the dog. She still owes me a shoe. Lena elbowed me. Natalie, pale but composed, looked at us both. You two are exhausting. Marissa laughed through tears. Lena smiled. Welcome to the marriage. Natalie's gaze softened. Yes, she said quietly, I see that now. By the time we returned home, dawn had begun to break. The sky was gray-blue. Soft. Cold. The kind of morning that looked innocent after an unforgivable night. Marissa and Natalie went upstairs to rest in the guest rooms. Mr. Whitmore disappeared to make calls, tea, and probably 3 legal summaries before breakfast. Duchess Pancake collapsed on the living room rug like a war hero returning from battle. Lena and I stood alone in the foyer. For the first time in hours, there was no one asking questions. No one watching. No one testing us. Just us. She looked exhausted. Her hair was loose around her shoulders. There was dirt on her coat. Her hands were scraped. Her eyes were red. I had never seen anyone more beautiful. She looked at me. So. My heart beat once, heavy and loud. So. I said some things at the dock. You did. Loudly. Yes. In front of Victor. Yes. And police. Eventually. She winced. Right. I stepped closer. Did you mean them? Her eyes lifted. No jokes now. No panic. No escape. Yes. The word was quiet. Certain. It moved through me like sunrise. I reached for her hand. She let me take it. I love you too, I said. Her face changed. For once, Lena Parkhart had no immediate response. No joke. No correction. No panicked metaphor. Just silence. Then her eyes filled. You do? Yes. But you're emotionally suspicious. I'm improving. You're controlling. I'm working on it. You threatened a cake once. That cake collapsed on purpose. She laughed through tears. I smiled and pulled her gently closer. This started as a contract, I said, but it isn't one anymore, not for me. She looked up at me. What is it then? Home. Her breath caught. The word sat between us. Warm. Simple. True. I brushed a thumb over the back of her hand. If you still want to leave when the year ends, I won't stop you. I won't use the trust or the money or anything else to keep you. Her eyes searched mine. But I need you to know I want you to stay. A tear slipped down her cheek. For the fund. No. For the family. No. For Duchess. Absolutely not. She laughed again. I stepped closer. For me, I said, because I love you, because this house is unbearable without you, because I don't want a wife for the trust, I want you. Lena stared at me. Then whispered, You're getting dangerously good at words. I had a near-death boathouse experience. That'll do it. I smiled. She smiled back. Then finally, she rose onto her toes and kissed me. Not for cameras. Not for trustees. Not for Victor. For us. It was soft at first. Careful. Like both of us were still afraid the other might vanish. Then her hand curled into my shirt and mine settled at her waist, and everything that had been pretending, waiting, circling, denying became real. From the living room, Duchess Pancake barked once. Lena pulled back just enough to whisper, She approves. She's jealous. She's family. She's a shoe criminal. She saved our lives. One shoe forgiven. Growth. I laughed and rested my forehead against hers. The front windows filled slowly with morning light. Outside, police cars were still leaving the estate road. Inside, the house was quiet. Warm. Hours. For the first time since this began, I was not thinking about winning. I was thinking about staying. By 8 o'clock that morning, the entire city knew Victor Hart had been arrested. By 8:05, half the city had developed opinions. By 8:10, the other half had pretended they'd known he was corrupt all along. The first headline appeared while Lena and I were still standing in the foyer, holding hands like two people who had survived a storm and were not entirely sure the roof was still attached. Hart Family Trust scandal. Victor Hart taken into custody after late night. Incident. The second was worse. Kidnapping, bribery, and a boathouse. Inside the Hart family meltdown. The third was somehow personally insulting. Mystery wife AT Center of Hart drama again. Lena read that one over my shoulder and frowned. Again. I looked down at my phone. That bothers you. Yes, it makes me sound like a recurring weather event. You are. She turned to me. I am not. You arrived unexpectedly, disrupted several systems, and left structural damage. She stared, then pointed at me. That metaphor is too good. I'm angry. Before I could answer, Duchess Pancake trotted into the foyer dragging what remained of Victor's guard's pant leg. Lena looked down. No. The dog froze. Lena pointed toward the living room. Drop the evidence. Duchess Pancake sat, still holding the fabric. I sighed. She's obstructing justice. She's proud. She is a criminal with good press. Duchess gave one happy little bark. Mr. Whitmore appeared from the hallway, holding a silver tray with coffee, toast, and a stack of printed statements. He looked utterly composed, which meant he had either slept for exactly 0 minutes or was not human. Good morning, he said. Lena stared at him. Is it? Debatable. He set the tray down. The police have requested formal statements from everyone by noon. Mr. Ellis is on his way. Mrs. Bell has called twice. Mrs. Hart's foundation office has received 36 donor inquiries, and there are 7 reporters outside the gate. Lena blinked. 7. Currently. Do they multiply? In this family, yes. I took the coffee. What about Victor? Held overnight. His attorney arrived at 6:30. Bail has not yet been determined. Lena's expression shifted. For all her jokes, the exhaustion came back into her eyes. The boathouse. Natalie tied to a chair. Victor's face when he realized he had lost. It was all still too close. I reached for her hand again. She let me. Mr. Whitmore noticed. Of course he did. His gaze dropped to our joined hands, then lifted. He said nothing, which for him meant approximately 5 paragraphs. Lena saw him looking and immediately cleared her throat. We should probably sit. Yes, I said. Neither of us moved. Duchess Pancake finally dropped the pant leg at Mr. Whitmore's shoes. He looked down, then carefully picked it up with 2 fingers. I'll add this to the evidence bag. Lena whispered, We have an evidence bag. We have 3, he replied. I looked at him. That is not comforting. It was not intended to be. Natalie came downstairs at 9. She looked better after 2 hours of sleep, which was deeply unfair because most people looked like tragic paper after surviving kidnapping. She wore one of Lena's sweaters, borrowed jeans, and the calm expression of a woman determined not to become anyone's victim narrative. Marissa followed her, wrapped in a blanket, hair messy, eyes swollen. The 2 sisters had clearly not let go of each other for long. Lena stood immediately. How are you feeling? Natalie smiled faintly. I've had better evenings. Marissa sniffled. I haven't. Natalie looked at her. That is because you have always had terrible taste in evenings. Marissa laughed weakly. Lena's shoulders relaxed a fraction. Good. Jokes meant the floor was still beneath us. Natalie looked at me. Thank you. I shook my head. You helped us first. I did. Lena lifted a brow. Modest. Natalie shrugged. I'm traumatized, not inaccurate. I almost smiled. Natalie's gaze moved to Duchess Pancake, who was now sitting near her feet with the dignity of a battlefield commander. And thank you, Natalie said to the dog. Duchess sneezed. Lena placed a hand over her heart. She accepts. I looked at the dog. She has accepted nothing in her life. Marissa sat on the sofa. What happens now? That question settled over the room. Because now was the problem. During a crisis, everything had direction. Run, hide, record, expose, rescue, survive. But after survival came the mess. Lawyers, statements, publications, trust hearings, family backlash. And somewhere beneath all of that, the original ticking clock. The 1-year observation period. The inheritance. The contract. The expiration date that suddenly felt less like a paperwork deadline and more like a weapon we had left lying around the house. I looked at Lena. She looked away first. Natalie noticed. Of course she did. She was too elegant not to be inconvenient. Well, Natalie said softly, I imagine the trust issue becomes simpler now. Lena glanced at her. How? Natalie sat carefully, as if her body had just remembered almost being tied to a chair all night. Victor compromised the process. Any negative recommendation connected to him is now tainted. The trustees will have to review everything again. Mr. Whitmore nodded. Correct, Mrs. Bell has already implied as much. Marissa looked hopeful. So Caleb keeps the inheritance. Almost certainly, Mr. Whitmore said. Lena smiled. It was small, proud, and strangely sad. I saw it. My chest tightened. Because if the trust no longer threatened us, if Victor no longer threatened us, if the inheritance was safe, then what was left of the contract? Just us. And us was the one thing neither of us had learned how to handle without an emergency. Graham Ellis arrived at 9:30, looking exactly like a man who considered sleep a hobby for weaker attorneys. He carried 3 folders, 2 phones, and the terrifying alertness of someone about to invoice aggressively. Everyone alive? He asked. Lena raised her hand. Mostly. Good enough. He sat at the dining table and opened a folder. We need statements, clean timelines, no embellishments. Everyone looked at Lena. She frowned. What? I said, no emotional descriptions of croissants. They were there. Graham looked up. Croissants. Separate incident, I said. Of course it was. For the next 2 hours, we gave statements. Natalie described how Victor's men forced her into a car after she refused to hand over the files. Marissa explained the evidence chain. Mr. Whitmore detailed the security footage. I outlined Victor's trust manipulation. Lena explained her role. Carefully. Mostly. And then Duchess Pancake attacked the guard, Graham said, writing. She did not attack, Lena corrected. She strategically neutralized. Graham paused. Mrs. Hart. Yes. Please let me write bit. Lena sighed. Fine, but it lacks respect. Natalie, sitting beside Marissa, hid a smile. Graham continued. And after that, Mr. Hart restrained Victor. No, I said. Security restrained him after I pulled him from the dock. Graham's pen stopped. You rescued him. Yes. Lena looked down. He was falling. Graham stared at me for a long moment. Then wrote something. What did you write? I asked. Unfortunately noble. That is not a legal term. It is today. By noon, the reporters outside the gate had grown from 7 to 18. By 1, a news helicopter flew over the property. Lena stood near the living room window, staring up through the glass. That feels excessive. It is. Do we waive? No. Do we release Duchess? No. She has field experience. No. Mr. Whitmore entered. Mrs. Bell has arrived. I turned. Here? Yes. Lena straightened. Is that good or bad? With Mrs. Bell, those are often the same. A minute later, Mrs. Bell entered the living room. She looked exactly as severe as ever, but there was something different in her face now. Not softness. Not quite. Respect. She looked first at Natalie and Marissa. I'm relieved you're safe. Natalie nodded. Thank you. Then Mrs. Bell turned to me. Mr. Hart. Mrs. Bell. Finally, she looked at Lena. Mrs. Hart. Lena swallowed. Hello. Mrs. Bell stepped forward. I owe you an apology. Lena blinked. The entire room went still. Even Duchess Pancake stopped chewing the edge of a blanket. Lena pointed at herself. Me? Yes. Oh. Mrs. Bell clasped her hands in front of her. I considered myself objective. I now understand that Victor Hart's influence shaped more of the trust environment than I realized. His repeated objections regarding you were not merely family concern. They were part of a coordinated effort. Lena said nothing. Mrs. Bell continued. You endured unnecessary scrutiny. Lena looked at me, then back at Mrs. Bell. To be fair, she said, some of it was necessary. I did say knees. Mrs. Bell's mouth twitched. I remember. I wish fewer people did. But much of it was unfair, Mrs. Bell said. Lena's smile faded. Yes. The admission hung there. Small. Important. Mrs. Bell took a breath. The trustees will convene an emergency session tomorrow. Victor Hart has been suspended from all family trust matters pending investigation. Any reports involving his influence will be discarded. Your domestic inspection will stand as valid. Your foundation initiative will remain fully supported. Lena's hand found mine. I held it. Mrs. Bell noticed. Again. This time she smiled faintly. And for what it is worth, Mrs. Hart, I no longer believe your marriage requires auditing. Lena stared at her, then whispered, Thank God. Mrs. Bell's smile deepened by 1 millimeter, which from her was practically dancing. After Mrs. Bell left, the house exhaled. Not literally, but it felt like it. The old pressure that had lived in the walls since the day Lena moved in slowly loosened its grip. Victor was not gone forever. Legal consequences were slow. Family politics were slower. But his control was broken. And for the first time, there was no immediate challenge waiting in the doorway. No dinner. No inspection. No ex-fiancé trap. No trust meeting. No boathouse. Just afternoon light. A quiet living room. A tired group of people who had survived too many wealthy atrocities in too little time. Natalie stood first. Marissa and I should go soon. Marissa immediately shook her head. No. Natalie softened. We can't hide here forever. Lena stood. You're not hiding, you're recovering. Natalie looked at her. Then at me. Then back at Lena. I appreciate that, but I need to speak with police again, and I need to get ahead of the story before Victor's attorneys frame me as a scorned ex-fiancé with forged documents. Lena frowned. They would do that. Natalie smiled dryly. My family owns 3 lawyers and a crisis consultant. I assure you, they would do worse before breakfast. Marissa hugged her blanket tighter. I don't want to leave. Natalie touched her sister's shoulder. You don't have to, I'll go handle things, you stay here tonight. Marissa looked relieved and guilty at the same time. Lena stepped forward. I'll go with you. Everyone looked at her. I immediately said no. Lena turned. Caleb. I closed my eyes. I had learned this tone. This tone meant the argument was already dead, and I was just attending the funeral. Natalie looked between us. You do this often. Constantly, I said. At this point, Lena added, it's one of our love languages. The room went silent. Her eyes widened. My heart stopped. She realized what she'd said exactly 1 second after everyone else did. Natalie's eyebrows lifted. Marissa covered her mouth. Mr. Whitmore became fascinated by the fireplace. Lena turned bright red. I mean communication style. Conflict habit, not love language. I wasn't. I started laughing. I couldn't help it. Not a small laugh. A full, exhausted, helpless laugh that made Lena glare at me and blush harder. This is not supportive, she said. You called arguing with me a love language. I was under pressure. We're in the living room. Emotional pressure. Natalie smiled. For what it's worth, it was very convincing. Lena pointed at her. You are too elegant to tease me. Incorrect. Marissa laughed. Even Mr. Whitmore's mouth twitched. The house warmed again. In the end, Natalie did not go alone. But Lena didn't go either. Compromise came in the form of Graham Ellis, 2 security vehicles, and Mr. Whitmore personally writing a statement so precise it could probably cut glass. Natalie read it once. This makes me sound composed. You are composed, Mr. Whitmore said. I was tied to a chair. You were composed while tied to a chair. Lena nodded. That's true. I would have been far more dramatic. Yes, I said. She looked at me. You didn't even hesitate. I know you. Her expression softened. Then she looked away. There it was again. That little moment after honesty. The awkwardness that came not from pretending, but from realizing we no longer were. Natalie left with Graham at 3. Marissa went upstairs to sleep. Mr. Whitmore disappeared to coordinate security. And suddenly, Lena and I were alone. Actually alone. No one interrupting. No crisis. No dog, because Duchess Pancake had followed Marissa upstairs as emotional support and possible blanket thief. The silence stretched. Lena stood near the mantel, staring at the objects there. The leaning birdhouse with its tiny green curtains. The Crystal Heart trophy from the bake-off. The article about her foundation. Now beside them, Mr. Whitmore had placed a small evidence tag from the boathouse. Lena frowned. He needs to stop decorating with trauma. I think he considers it historical preservation. She touched the birdhouse lightly. It's weird, isn't it? What? This, she gestured at the mantel. All of it. We started with lies and now everything here feels like proof. I came to stand beside her. It is proof. She looked at me. Of what? That we're terrible at pretending. She laughed softly. Then her smile faded. Caleb. I knew. I knew before she said anything. The contract. The thing neither of us had spoken about since the boathouse. She turned fully toward me. What happens now? I took a breath. The trust meets tomorrow. I know. If Mrs. Bell is right, Victor's interference invalidates most of the challenges against us. I know. The inheritance will likely be secured. I know. Her voice was quiet. What happens to us? There it was. No reporters. No family. No lawyers. No clause. Just the question. I looked at her, and for once I did not calculate. I want to tear up the contract. Her eyes widened. What? I do mean when the year ends. I mean now. She stared at me. That contract protects me. Yes. It protects my mother. Yes. It protects everything we agreed to. Yes. And you want to tear it up. I want to replace it. Her mouth parted slightly. With what? A choice. She went still. I stepped closer slowly. No obligation, no inheritance pressure, no performance, no family waiting to judge, no money tied to staying. Her eyes shone. I won't take away what I promised you, I said. Your mother's care remains covered. The money remains yours whenever you choose to take it. That was never conditional on loving me. Lena looked down. Her voice was small. You say that like it's easy. It is. Then why? Because I do not want you waking up one day wondering whether I loved you, or simply liked the arrangement too much to let it end. She looked back up. My chest tightened. I want you to stay because you want to, and if you don't, then I will still keep every promise I made. The silence after that was different. Not empty. Full. Lena blinked hard. You are being very unfair. I frowned. How? You can't be noble and emotionally clear in the same afternoon. I need time to adjust. Despite myself, I smiled. She wiped at one cheek quickly. I don't know how to do this, she admitted. Neither do I. That's not comforting. It's honest. She looked at the birdhouse again. It started crooked. Yes. It stayed standing. Yes. She breathed in, then turned back to me. I don't want to leave. The words hit me harder than any victory. Not dramatic. Not shouted. Not said in front of Victor. Just quiet truth in a room filled with proof. I don't want you to, I said. Her lips trembled. But I need us to be real slowly, she said. Does that make sense? Yes. No more contracts deciding things. No more contracts. No more secret clauses. No more. No more people inspecting our bedroom. I will personally ban it. And Moonbert comes back. I froze. Lena. He is part of our history. He is a pillow. He kept morale alive. He created suspicion. He deserves restoration. I looked at her. She looked stubborn. Beautiful. Impossible. I sighed. Fine, Moonbert comes back. She smiled through tears. Good. Then she stepped into my arms. I held her. Not like someone afraid she would disappear. Not like someone performing for a report. Just like a man holding the person who had turned his house into a home one disaster at a time. That evening, we all ate dinner together. Not in the formal dining room. Lena refused. That table is too long, she said. You need binoculars to pass salt. So we ate in the kitchen. Me, Lena, Marissa, Natalie, who returned after giving her statement and looked slightly less likely to murder a press consultant. Mr. Whitmore, who claimed he was supervising but somehow ended up with a plate. Duchess Pancake sat under the table and behaved suspiciously well. For 10 minutes. Then she stole a dinner roll. No one stopped her. She had earned it. Halfway through the meal, Natalie looked at Lena. The press will come harder tomorrow. Lena groaned. I was hoping they'd get bored. Natalie laughed softly. With the Hart family, never. Marissa twirled pasta around her fork. What will you say? Everyone looked at me. Then at Lena. Lena looked at me too. This time I waited. Her choice. Her voice. She set down her fork. I'll tell the truth. I lifted an eyebrow. All of it. She gave me a look. Not the knees. Wise. She looked around the table. I'll say the Hart family is cooperating with authorities. The foundation fund is moving forward with stronger safeguards. Natalie and Marissa are heroes. Natalie held up one hand. Absolutely not. Too late, Lena said. Marissa smiled. And what about you and Caleb? Natalie asked. Lena's foot brushed mine beneath the table. Accidentally. Maybe. Lena looked at me. Then back at Natalie. We'll say we're family. The room softened. Mr. Whitmore quietly lowered his glass. That, he said, will do. Late that night, after everyone went upstairs, I found Lena in the bedroom. She was standing by the dresser with the top drawer open. Moonbert sat in her hands. The ridiculous moon pillow smiled at me like it knew too much. No, I said. Yes, she said. We agreed he could return. I did not agree to eye contact. He doesn't blink. That makes it worse. She placed Moonbert carefully on the bed. Not between us. At the foot. A monument. Not a wall. Then she looked at me. See. I walked closer. No barrier. No barrier, she said. The words carried more weight than either of us expected. I reached for her hand. She took mine. For a while we stood there in the quiet bedroom, looking at the bed, the pillow, the future neither of us had planned and both of us now wanted. Then Lena sighed. What? I just realized something. What? If we're doing this for real, I need to learn your social security number eventually. I stared at her. That is what you're thinking about. Marriage has paperwork. You are impossible. You love me. Yes, I said. Her smile softened. Good. I pulled her close and kissed her forehead. She leaned into me, warm and tired and real. Outside, the cameras still waited beyond the gate. Tomorrow, the trustees would meet. The headlines would keep coming. Victor's lawyers would fight. The Hart name would shake. But inside that room, for the first time, there was no performance waiting for us. No wall. No contract between us. Just a crooked beginning. A stubborn woman. A suspicious man. A dog with criminal tendencies. And Moonbert, unfortunately restored to power. Our real life had started quietly. And somehow that made it feel even bigger. Contract wife with terrible acting skills. Part 12. The press conference nobody survived gracefully the next morning. Lena woke up with purpose. Unfortunately, that purpose involved throwing every dress she owned onto the bed and accusing them of betrayal. I stood in the doorway holding coffee. She stood in the middle of the bedroom wearing one sock, no patience, and an expression that suggested fashion had personally attacked her. No, she said, pointing at a navy dress. I didn't say anything. You were thinking it. I was thinking coffee. You were thinking the navy dress. I was thinking coffee near the navy dress. She narrowed her eyes. That is adjacent judgment. On the bed, Moonbert sat surrounded by rejected outfits, smiling with stitched ignorance. Duchess Pancake was asleep, inside one of my open laundry baskets. The household had collapsed into democracy. Lena picked up a black blazer. Too severe. For a press conference. For a woman accused of being a mystery weather event. Appropriately severe. She held up a cream blouse. Too soft. For what? For standing next to you. I paused. That changed the room slightly. She pretended not to notice. I walked in and set the coffee on the dresser. You don't have to stand next to me if you don't want to. She looked at me. I want to. Then wear whatever makes you feel like yourself. That is not helpful. It's honest. Honesty is often poorly accessorized. I smiled. She looked down at the clothes again. Then quietly, she picked up the emerald green dress from the gala. The one Victor had hated. The one she had chosen herself. The one that had marked the first time she walked into my world without asking permission. She held it against herself. This. I looked at her. Yes. Her fingers tightened slightly in the fabric. Too much. Perfect. She studied my face. You're not just saying that because you love me now. I loved you then too. I was just less informed. Her mouth opened, then closed. Then she threw the black blazer at my head. I caught it. That was emotional assault. That was self-defense. You're blushing. I am under stress. You're smiling. I hate you. No, you don't. She looked away. No, she said softly, I don't. The words landed warm and quiet. Then Duchess Pancake sneezed from the laundry basket, ruining whatever romantic silence had been trying to form. Lena sighed. She has timing. She has allergies to sincerity. The press conference was scheduled for noon at the Hart Foundation building. By 11, the lobby was packed with reporters. By 11:15, the boardroom upstairs smelled like coffee, printer ink, fear, and expensive flowers someone had placed there in a misguided attempt to soften scandal. Mrs. Bell stood near the windows, reviewing a statement. Harold Finch paced. Graham Ellis looked delighted in the way attorneys do when everyone else is suffering, but the paperwork is strong. Natalie sat beside Marissa, both guarded by security. Mr. Whitmore held a stack of briefing notes and wore the expression of a man mentally correcting everyone's posture. Lena stood near the door, wearing the emerald dress. She looked beautiful. She also looked like she might bite someone. I moved beside her. You okay? No. Good answer. She nodded once. I have decided to stop trying to be okay before terrifying things. That seems healthy. I will simply be not okay and proceed. That might be the family motto. She looked at me. The Hart family motto. Yes. She considered it. Needs Latin. Whitmore can translate it. From across the room, Mr. Whitmore said without looking up, Non bene sumus sed procedimus. Lena stared. Did he just, yes? Of course he did. Mrs. Bell approached us. The statement is simple. Caleb will speak first regarding Victor's suspension and cooperation with police. I will address the trust review. Mrs. Hart, you will discuss the family care fund. Lena swallowed. Right. Mrs. Bell's gaze softened by approximately 1 degree. You did very well yesterday. Thank you. Try not to mention croissants. Lena closed her eyes. Why does everyone keep saying that? Experience, I said. She elbowed me. At noon exactly, we stepped onto the stage. The flash of cameras hit like lightning. Rows of reporters filled the room. Cameras lined the back wall. Microphones packed the podium so tightly it looked like a mechanical bouquet. Lena's hand brushed mine. This time I took it openly. The cameras noticed. They always noticed. Whispers moved through the room. I stepped to the podium first. The room quieted. "Thank you for coming," I said. "Last night, Victor Hart was taken into custody following an incident at the Old Hart Boathouse. Because this is an active legal matter, there are limits to what we can discuss. What I can say is this: my family and the Hart Foundation are cooperating fully with law enforcement." 100 pens moved. I continued. "Evidence has also been provided to the appropriate authorities regarding attempted interference with Hart Trust proceedings and attempted manipulation of foundation-related partnerships. Victor Hart has been suspended from all positions connected to the family trust and the Hart Foundation pending investigation." A reporter shouted, "Mr. Hart, was your marriage specifically targeted?" The room sharpened. I looked at Lena. She looked back. No fear. Not gone. But managed. "Yes," I said, "it was." More shouting. "Was your marriage ever fraudulent?" There it was. The question we had avoided for months. The question Victor had built every attack around. The question that had once terrified us, because answering it meant choosing which truth mattered. I leaned toward the microphone. "Our marriage began under unusual circumstances." The reporters surged. I lifted one hand. But the mistake many people made, including Victor, was believing that a beginning defines everything that follows. The room quieted slightly. I looked at Lena again. "This marriage has been tested by family pressure, public scrutiny, legal challenges, and more absurd household inspections than any two people should endure." A ripple of laughter moved through the room. Lena whispered, "Bedroom inspection trauma." I almost smiled. I faced the reporters. "I won't reduce my wife to gossip. I won't let anyone else do it either. Lena Hart is not a scandal. She is not a strategy. She is the strongest person I know." The cameras flashed. Beside me, Lena went completely still. "And whatever questions remain about the trust," I said, "my answer regarding my marriage is simple. I love my wife. That is the only statement I intend to make on that subject." The room erupted. Reporters shouted over one another. Lena stared at me. Her eyes were bright. I stepped away from the podium before I accidentally said something even more publicly irreversible. Mrs. Bell went next. She delivered her statement with surgical precision. "Victor suspended. Trust review reset. Prior reports tainted by interference. Domestic inspection favorable. Hart Foundation operations continuing. No donor money missing. No fund mismanagement. Independent audit being launched anyway for transparency." It was clean. Controlled. Devastating. Victor's name, once powerful enough to move rooms, became a liability in under 5 minutes. Then Mrs. Bell turned. "Mrs. Hart." Lena inhaled. I leaned close. "Kick the door open." Her mouth twitched. Then she walked to the podium. At first, the reporters tried to swallow her whole. "Mrs. Hart, did you marry Caleb Hart for money? Were you aware of the trust requirements before the wedding? Did Mr. Hart pay for your mother's surgery? Is the family care fund an attempt to repair your reputation?" Lena stood very still. Both hands on the podium. The emerald dress was a bright, stubborn thing beneath the lights. She waited. Not because she didn't know what to say. Because she had finally learned the power of making a room wait for her. When the noise softened, she leaned toward the microphone. "My mother is alive because Caleb helped us." Silence fell. There was no taking that back now. No hiding it. No smoothing it into something polite. Lena continued. I was desperate, I was scared. I was ashamed of how badly I needed help. And yes, Caleb paid for her care. More pens. More flashes. Her voice did not shake. I understand why people want to turn that into something ugly. It makes a better headline. But I will not apologize for my mother surviving. The room went quiet. I also will not pretend money had nothing to do with the beginning of our marriage, she said. My heart clenched. Beside the stage, Natalie sat forward slightly. Marissa gripped her hand. Lena continued. What I will say is this: money can create an arrangement. It cannot create loyalty. It cannot create trust. It cannot make someone stand beside you when things become humiliating. It cannot make a house feel like home. Her eyes moved briefly to me, then back to the room. The Hart Family Care Fund exists because I know what it feels like to sit in a hospital hallway wondering if love is enough when the bill comes due. It exists because families should not have to choose between dignity and survival. A reporter raised a hand. Mrs. Hart, are you saying your personal experience qualifies you to lead a major philanthropic initiative? Lena nodded. No. That startled everyone. She continued. My personal experience qualifies me to care. It does not qualify me to run everything alone. That is why the fund will involve doctors, hospital administrators, social workers, financial auditors, and patient advocates. Caring is not a substitute for competence, but competence without caring is how families fall through cracks. Mrs. Bell smiled faintly. Graham wrote something down, probably because the statement was good enough to use later. Another reporter called out. Do you believe Victor Hart targeted you because of your background? Yes, Lena said. The speed of the answer made half the room freeze. She went on calmly. And he was not subtle about it. A low murmur moved through the reporters. He believed I would be easy to embarrass because I was new to his world. He believed I would run if I was mocked, inspected, compared, or questioned enough. She looked directly into the cameras. He was wrong. The silence that followed was electric. Then someone asked, Mrs. Hart, what do you say to people who still believe your marriage is performative? Lena paused, then smiled. A small smile. Very Lena. I would say they have not seen us argue about a pillow named Moonbert. The room froze. I closed my eyes. Graham made a sound like a dying man. Mrs. Bell's pen stopped. Natalie covered her mouth. Marissa openly laughed. A reporter shouted, Who is Moonbert? Lena's eyes widened. She looked at me. I looked back with deep betrayal. She leaned into the microphone again. No further comment. The room exploded. The press loved Moonbert. Of course they did. Not the trust manipulation. Not the attempted corruption. Not the hospital fund. Moonbert. By the time we returned backstage, social media had already clipped the moment. Who is Moonbert? Lena Hart refuses to comment on mystery pillow. Caleb Hart's face during Moonbert question goes viral. Lena stood in the hallway staring at my phone. Oh no. Yes. I ruined the press conference. You humanized it. Is that worse? Possibly. Graham walked up, expression pained. From a legal perspective, the statement was excellent. Lena exhaled. Thank God. From a public relations perspective, he added, Moonbert is trending. She covered her face. Natalie leaned against the wall, smiling. For what it is worth, it made you likable. I was trying to be serious. You were, Natalie said. That is why the accidental pillow confession worked. Marissa nodded. People love weird marriage details. I looked at her. You are not helping. She smiled weakly. I'm trying. Mr. Whitmore approached, holding his tablet. Public sentiment is unexpectedly positive. Lena lowered her hands. Because of the fund. Because of the fund, your remarks, Mr. Hart's statement, he paused, and Moonbert. Lena groaned. I sighed. Duchess Pancake, who had been waiting backstage with security because apparently we had surrendered all standards, barked once. Mr. Whitmore checked the tablet again. There is already a fan account. For Moonbert, Lena whispered. Yes. For a pillow, I asked. Yes. Lena looked at me. I looked at her. Then she started laughing. I tried not to. Failed. Soon Marissa was laughing, Natalie was laughing, and even Graham looked like he might survive. For the first time since Victor's arrest, the air felt lighter. Ridiculous. But lighter. That afternoon, the emergency trust session convened. Lena did not attend. Not because she was afraid. Because she fell asleep on the sofa with Duchess Pancake on her legs and Moonbert's newly printed fan memes on her phone. I went with Graham, Mrs. Bell, and Mr. Whitmore. The meeting lasted 3 hours. It should have lasted 10 minutes. Rich families never missed an opportunity to make consequences inefficient. The trustees reviewed the evidence. Victor's payments. Daniel Cross's records. The third-party administrator scheme. The trust meeting recording. Natalie's testimony. Marissa's documents. The domestic inspection. The press fallout. By the end, no one could reasonably argue Victor's objections had been legitimate. Harold Finch read the final recommendation. The trust recognizes that prior interference compromised the observation process. In light of verified misconduct by Victor Hart and evidence supporting the authenticity and stability of Mr. Hart's marriage, the board recommends immediate confirmation of Caleb Hart as controlling beneficiary under the Hart Family Trust. There it was. The thing I had fought for. The thing my grandfather had written into existence. The thing Victor had tried to steal. A year's worth of tension, resolved in one sentence. I waited for triumph. It did not come the way I expected. Instead, I thought of Lena asleep on the sofa. The birdhouse. The bake-off. The hospital podium. The boathouse. The way she said, I don't want to leave. Winning no longer felt like taking control. It felt like being trusted with something fragile. Something I could still ruin if I became careless. Mrs. Bell looked at me. Mr. Hart. I realized everyone was waiting. I stood. Thank you. My voice was quieter than I expected. I accept the responsibility. Not the victory. Not the power. The responsibility. Maybe that was growth. Maybe that was Lena. Probably both. When I returned home, the house was dark except for the living room lamp. Lena was exactly where I had left her. Curled on the sofa. Duchess Pancake asleep against her hip. Moonbert tucked behind her head. My wife, my dog, and my least favorite pillow had formed a coalition. On the coffee table sat her phone. The screen was still open. A headline glowed there. Hart Trust confirms CALEB Hart after scandal. Lena Hart's Family Care Fund. Moves forward. Beneath it, smaller but somehow louder. MONBRT merch when. I sighed. You have doomed us. Lena stirred. Opened one eye. You're back. Yes. She sat up slowly, hair messy, voice sleepy. How did it go? I sat beside her. It's done. Her face changed. The trust. I nodded. Confirmed. For one quiet second, she just looked at me. Then she smiled. Not huge. Not theatrical. Just proud. You did it. We did. She shook her head. No, you carried this for years before I showed up with bad seduction skills. You were terrible. I know. Historically terrible. Do not ruin the moment. I smiled. She leaned into me. I wrapped one arm around her shoulders. For a while we sat there in silence. Then she whispered, so the contract really doesn't matter anymore. No. Her hand moved lightly over mine. Are you scared? I looked down at her. Yes. She tilted her head. Of what? Getting everything I wanted and realizing I want something else more. Her eyes softened. That sounds inconvenient. It is. What do you want more? I looked around the room. The mantel crowded with strange proof. The dog asleep. The ridiculous pillow. The woman beside me. This, I said. She was quiet for a moment. Then she whispered, me too. Duchess Pancake snored loudly. Lena closed her eyes. Her too, unfortunately. I kissed the top of Lena's head. Yes, her too. The next morning, Mr. Whitmore placed a new item on the mantel. A framed copy of the trust confirmation. Official. Elegant. Historic. Lena stared at it. Then at the birdhouse. Then at the crystal heart. Then at the press clipping about Moonbert. This mantle has no theme. It has a theme, Mr. Whitmore said. She looked at him. What? Survival. Lena blinked. Then smiled. Okay, that's annoyingly good. I walked in with coffee. What's annoyingly good? Whitmore said the mantle theme is survival. I looked at the mantle. The crooked birdhouse. The trophy. The article. The evidence tag. The trust confirmation. The Moonbert clipping. It should have looked absurd. It did. But it also looked like us. Not polished. Not perfect. Standing anyway. Lena turned to me. So what happens now, Mr. Confirmed Controlling Beneficiary? Work. Boring. Foundation planning. Less boring. Legal proceedings. Terrible. And dinner tonight. She narrowed her eyes. With who? Just us. Her expression softened. Oh. No board, no trustees, no press, no family ambushers, no inspections. Duchess. Unfortunately. Moonbert. No. Moonbert has fans now. He does not get dinner. He has emotional significance. He is a pillow. He is the people's pillow. I stared at her. She smiled. Fully. Brightly. Real. And I knew then that the story people would tell about us would always be wrong. They would say she married into power. They would say I rescued her. They would say scandal turned into romance. They would say a lot of things. But the truth was simpler. Lena walked into my life pretending to be someone she was. And somehow, by being terrible at pretending, she taught me how to be real. Our contract was over. Our story was. Not even close. 3 months after Victor Hart's arrest, the Hart family estate looked almost peaceful. That was suspicious. Peace in my family usually meant someone was hiding a lawsuit behind flowers. But that morning, as sunlight spilled over the old stone mansion and the river moved quietly beyond the gardens, there were no reporters at the gate, no trustees with clipboards, no hostile relatives waiting to inspect our bedroom, no Victor standing in a corner with a smile sharp enough to open mail. Just family. Real family. The kind we had chosen. Lena stood beside me at the edge of the garden, wearing a simple white dress and holding a clipboard. Not flowers. A clipboard. Because my wife had decided that our vow renewal required operational structure. "You're overthinking this," I said. She did not look up. "I am ensuring romance runs on schedule." Romance should not have a schedule. Your family turns brunch into litigation. Romance needs a schedule. Fair. Across the lawn, Mr. Whitmore directed chairs into perfect rows with the silent authority of a battlefield commander. Natalie and Myrissa were arranging flowers near the archway. Mrs. Bell, somehow invited and somehow pleased about it, sat in the front row with grandmother, both of them watching the preparations like judges at a competition no one else knew they had entered. Duchess Pancake wore a tiny white bow and had already attempted to eat one rose petal, one ribbon, and part of Father Michael's shoelace. Moonbert sat on a reserved chair in the front row. I had objected. I had been overruled. By everyone. Even grandmother. "That pillow," she had said, tapping her cane once, "has witnessed more of this marriage than half the family." So Moonbert stayed. Unfortunately. Lena checked something off her clipboard. "Okay, flowers are ready, chairs are ready, music is ready. Duchess is mostly contained." Duchess Pancake barked once from Marissa's arms. "Mostly," Lena repeated. I took the clipboard from her hands. She gasped. "Caleb." "No. That has the timeline. This is our wedding. Our second wedding. Our real wedding." Her expression softened. That still had power over me. After everything, contracts, tests, press conferences, boathouse rescues, and a pillow gaining minor internet fame, one soft look from Lena could still make me forget every clever thing I had planned to say. She looked toward the archway. "This feels strange." "Good strange." "Yes," she said quietly, "just strange." I understood. The first time we married, there had been fluorescent lights, city hall paperwork, and the heavy silence of two people pretending not to be terrified. There had been no flowers. No vows. No family smiling because they believed in us. No certainty. That day, Lena had signed a contract. Today, she was choosing me. And that made my chest feel too full for words. So naturally, I said the least poetic thing possible. "You're not going to mention knees this time, right?" She looked at me slowly. "I might now." "Please don't. I have creative freedom. I'm begging." She smiled. There it was. Home. The ceremony began at noon. The music was soft. The garden was warm. Lena walked down the aisle on her mother's arm. Her mother looked healthy now, stronger, smiling through tears as if every step was something she had once feared she might never live to see. Lena's eyes found mine. And suddenly, the whole world narrowed. No billion-dollar trust. No family name. No scandal. No contract. Just Lena walking toward me, the woman who had entered my life with trembling hands and a terrible seduction script, then somehow rebuilt everything I thought I knew about love. When she reached me, her mother placed Lena's hand in mine. "Take care of her," she whispered. "I will," I said. Lena leaned closer and whispered, "She means emotionally too." "I know. Just checking." I smiled. Father Michael began the ceremony. I heard maybe half of it. The rest was drowned out by the sound of my own heartbeat. Then came the vows. Lena went first. She unfolded a small piece of paper, then immediately folded it back up. "Oh no," she whispered. I leaned in. "What?" "I wrote too much." "Impossible. It has sections, Lena, and subpoints." A soft laugh moved through the guests. She sighed, put the paper away, and looked at me. "Okay," she said, "no notes." I braced myself. That was always when she became dangerous. "Caleb," she began, her voice trembling slightly, "when I first met you, I thought you were arrogant, suspicious, overly calm, and possibly involved in financial crimes." Grandmother laughed out loud. I closed my eyes. Lena continued, "To be fair, there were a lot of documents." More laughter. "But you gave me a choice when I felt like I had none. You helped my mother. You protected me. You annoyed me constantly." "Balance," I murmured. She smiled through tears. And somewhere between the pillow wall, the birdhouse, the bake-off, the inspections, and Duchess committing several small crimes, I stopped pretending. Her voice softened. "I love you because you make me feel safe without making me feel small. I love you because you listen, even when you pretend not to. I love you because you let my chaos into your carefully controlled life and then somehow decided to keep it." Her eyes shone. "So this is my promise. I will stand beside you when things are hard. I will tell you the truth when everyone else is afraid to. I will continue improving your emotional vocabulary." "That may take years," I said. "I know, marriage is commitment." The guests laughed again. Lena squeezed my hands. "And I promise I am not staying because of a contract or money or fear or obligation. I am staying because I choose you, every day, even when you insult Moonbert." Moonbert sat silently in the front row. Smugly, I took a breath. Then it was my turn. I had written vows too. Short ones, clear ones, safe ones. But looking at Lena, safe suddenly felt dishonest. So I let them go. "Lena," I said, "before you my life was organized, controlled, quiet. I thought that meant I was strong." Her eyes softened. But really, I had just built a life where nothing could surprise me, because nothing was allowed close enough. I swallowed. "Then you arrived badly." She laughed through tears. "You knocked over my plans, my furniture, my emotional defenses, possibly several legal expectations." "Accurate," she whispered. "And somehow, every broken thing became better after you touched it. This house became a home. My family became something I could face. My future became something I wanted to share." My voice roughened. "I once offered you a contract because I thought everything valuable needed terms. But you taught me the most important things don't come with clauses. Trust doesn't. Family doesn't. Love doesn't." Lena's tears spilled over. "So my promise is simple. No more walls, no more hiding behind duty, no more pretending I don't need you. I choose you, Lena, not for a year, not for the trust, not because of what we survived." I smiled. "But because I want every ordinary day after it." She pressed her lips together, trying not to cry harder. I added, "Even if Duchess eats another shoe." Duchess barked. The whole garden erupted in laughter. When Father Michael pronounced us husband and wife, again, but real this time, I kissed Lena under the flowered arch while sunlight warmed the garden and our strange, impossible family cheered. No one inspected us. No one questioned us. No one asked for proof. We were proof. Later at the reception, Mr. Whitmore gave a toast. It was short, elegant, Devastating. To Mr. and Mrs. Hart, he said, lifting his glass. A marriage that began as an arrangement, survived as a partnership, and became a home. Lena cried. I pretended not to. Grandmother saw and said nothing. Which was kindness. Natalie danced with Marissa. Mrs. Bell allowed Duchess Pancake to sit on her lap for exactly 4 minutes, and then claimed it was not unpleasant. The Hart Family Care Fund officially launched that afternoon, with Mercy General as its first partner. Lena's mother cut the cake. Duchess Pancake stole a strawberry. Moonbert appeared in 6 wedding photos. Against my wishes. And as the sun began to set over the river, Lena and I slipped away from the crowd and walked down to the garden path. For a while, we said nothing. We did not need to. Then Lena leaned her head against my shoulder. Do you ever think about how insane this all was? Every day. I came to your apartment to fake seduce you. You were terrible. I know. You opened with pricing. I panicked. You always do. She looked up at me. Not always. No. She shook her head. Not with you anymore. The words hit me softly. Deeply. I took her hand. Behind us, music drifted over the lawn. Ahead of us, the river reflected the last gold of the day. So, she said. So, what happens now? I smiled. Now. She nodded. I looked at the woman beside me. My wife. Not by contract. Not by strategy. Not by accident anymore. By choice. Now, I said, we go home. Her smile was small and perfect. Our home. Our home. From somewhere near the reception tent, Duchess Pancake barked. Lena sighed. And our criminal dog. And our criminal dog. And Moonbert. I closed my eyes. And unfortunately Moonbert. She laughed bright and warm and pulled me back toward the lights. A year ago, I thought I was buying time. Instead, I found the rest of my life. And for me and my terrible actress wife, our real story was only just beginning.